Good morning, everyone. I am Pragya. Welcome you all on behalf of Governance Now at the second India CISO meet for the public sector. Cyber intrusions and attacks have been increased dramatically over the last decade and exploded in last 1 year, exposing sensitive personal information, business information, disrupting critical operations, and imposing high cost on the economy. The public sector must focus not only on attacks but how respond and recover from them. Cyber resilience is the ability to prepare for the response to recover from a cyber attack. So today we will be deliberating on how the public sector can build cyber resilience. To welcome the August gathering, I invite Shri Kailash Nath Adhikari, Managing Director, Governance Now, Shri Adhikari Brothers Group for his welcome address. Welcome,
Thank
Mr.
you so much,
Adhikari.
Pragya. Thank you so much, Pragya. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Governance Now's second India CISO meet. As we all know that the COVID-19 pandemic has prompted the public sector to accelerate the adoption of technologies, thus increasing the critical infrastructure vulnerabilities and risk of cyber intrusion. Today, Governance Now is organizing its second edition of the flagship CISO meet to deliberate on the various challenges and concerns of the public sector which are concerning the security. Cloud and multi-cloud are now becoming a common practice in the public sector organizations. Hence, security professionals need to be empowered at such critical juncture more to secure environments and vulnerability management to these new environments with various successes. Today, we have cybersecurity experts from government organizations, states, center PSUs across the country to but to deliberate on impending challenges, best practices, actionable insights, and deployable solutions to build cyber resilience in the public sector. With this, ladies and gentlemen, I welcome you all on the second India CISO meet, and I am fully confident of the fact that towards the end of the conclave and once we are done with the second India CISO meet, we'll come up with certain solutions and much more in detailed deliberations on what are the challenges and the best practices and the way forward. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Adhikari. Thank you. And now, ladies and gentlemen, for the keynote address, we have Shri Manoj Abraham, Additional Director General of Police, Kerala Police. He is a cybersecurity specialist who has worked for integrating technology with policing. Is a sought-after speaker in various aspects of cybersecurity, traffic, innovation, community policing. He has won numerous national and international awards in area of cybersecurity, social policing, and traffic schemes. Innovation, mentoring, emergency management, law enforcement, strategic planning, and public policy are the key areas of his specialization. He is the architect of Kerala Police Cyberdome, which is a PPP initiative in cybersecurity, and also the man behind Cocoon International Cybersecurity Conference. He is also an expert in traffic innovation for better management, has won numerous awards in this field also. Welcome, Manu sir. I request Mr. Adhikari to welcome Mr. Abraham.
Thank you, and we welcome Shri Manoj Abraham, ADGP, Kerala Police. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us. Good morning.
Thank you. It's my pleasure. My pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you. Over to you, sir, for the keynote address.
Sir shall be talking about cyber resilience in the public sector. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much. Good morning. It's indeed a pleasure to talk at this August conference. I have been a constant speaker at this August gathering, and my appreciation for Adhikari and his team for putting up such an important conference on a very relevant topic of cyber resilience in the public sector, which is now one of the most critical elements in the post-pandemic period. And I just want my presentation because when you set the keynote, you need to set the trend on how the conference is going. And in the present times, we know the public sector is one of the most important sectors that is facing a lot of cyber threats. Due to the fact that, as was mentioned by Mr. Adhikari, we are in a times of digital transformation that has come. We just changed the way humanity used to exist or go about business or do anything as such. And what the COVID pandemic has done is it has really changed the whole paradigm of how we looked at digital transformation, in the sense that it accelerated the digital transformation of the society. But This acceleration had a lot of problems, as was mentioned earlier. It was good, it was very fast, people had to adapt. And what was really ignored is cyber security. And we had to put in work from home, we had to put in online classes, online conferences, etc. Without much preparation. And this led to a lot of threats in the cyber arena. We had a lot of weaknesses. Cyber security was ignored, which really gave a chance to the cyber criminals to come in and wreak havoc with our systems also. Now, just looking at these are old figures, but I want to highlight the fact that we have almost 1 million victims in cyber crimes per day, and this has increased almost 80 to 90%. Even some people say that during the last year, 2020, it went up to almost 2 million per day, and we have $1 billion lost in all these cyber crimes as such, which is a huge amount of money. And this trend has really been continued in 2021 also. So we need to really concentrate on this aspect. That's why when we talk of cyber resilience, I just want to have a brief overview just to set the tone on what are the cyber crimes or what are the major cyber threats that public sector is facing in the present time, and go on to the new trends and then come back to cyber resilience, what we need to do really to put in our systems. I just want to start off with the famous quote by Robert Mueller, which should really put us in the right perspective, that there are only two kinds of companies in the world, one that have been hacked and one that are going to be hacked. Which really brings us to the moot point that there is no perfect cyber security system. You can always be hacked, so you need to be prepared to be hacked also. Now, just to look at the international framework of who is actually doing it, because when we're looking at the problem, we need to understand that who is actually in this problem also is very important. We know that we have the hacktivists involved who do it for various aspects of trying to build some new information or trying to reduce corruption, your WikiLeaks, etc., who do it for a cause. We have insiders also like Snowden, etc., who do it for a cause, etc. But we have criminals. That is one of the most prevalent ones, where we have individual gangs doing it primarily for money, which has been the motive for all crimes primarily. But apart from that, we have terrorists and nation states, which makes the total scene totally different. When your nation states doing it, trying to attack a country, you have very sophisticated cyber tools being utilized, the best of minds available with all the money that they require to develop the latest tools and to attack you. So that makes the scene even more dangerous as such in the present times. Just to bring to you the devastating effect of the cyber attacks. We know about the Estonia, which is one country which is totally digitally connected. You had the 2007 attack, which really crippled the country for three days, because the entire systems went down when they were attacked in 2007, which shows how capable or how deadly the cyber weapons can be. We also know the Stuxnet virus, which actually wreaked havoc with the Iranian nuclear program, delaying it to wait just a virus which went into the system, which was infected into the system, and which delayed the nuclear centrifugal program to a great extent. So these are some very stark examples. And we have a power outage that comes up, the power grids in any country. We know that the power grids in the US is one of the most attacked entity anywhere in the globe. You have numerous attacks coming up because everybody knows that if you put it down, if the attack is successful, you can actually cause billions and billions of dollars of loss to that particular country. In India itself, we have some reports, confirmed reports of the Bombay outage also coming due to the attack on the power grids, which is another attack which can really cripple a country also. If you have the power grids totally down, the whole economy of that particular region will come to a standstill, which will actually give a huge blow to the country's economy. So that is the devastation that these cyber tools can come in. And as I mentioned earlier, with all these state players coming in, nation states coming in to attack using the latest tools, the most sophisticated tools available, you have trained activists actually working for these governments who are very capable. They have all the resources available, and this makes us all the more vulnerable, the public sector vulnerable to all these attacks, and we need to ensure that we are safe in the public sector also. And we have some examples also which I want to highlight, where you can actually use these cyber tools as a bomb or to cause an explosion in a factory. Like we have examples of Turkey and examples in Kazakhstan, where the picture shows is basically the steel factory, where the hackers managed to get into the steel factory systems, and they raised the level of the heating through the CCTV cameras. And so the sensors of the heaters did not register that the heat has gone beyond the level. And they raised the sensors in such an extent that the alarms would not come off. And when the heat increased inside this steel smelter, it actually exploded. Causing loss, the whole factory was damaged, and many people were injured also in that attack. So just by using cyber tools, somebody sitting in some part of the globe can actually cause an explosion in a factory. Just think about it, how dangerous that is. You need not come, you need not place a bomb anywhere. You can actually use those cyber tools to actually create an explosion. We have reports of many airlines being hacked through the music systems. Many airlines in Europe, etc., are grounded, and the airport, when they use through the music system, the hackers managed to get into the flight systems and attack through various ransomwares, malwares, etc. And they had to take days together to actually identify and rectify the systems. And of course, we have now one of the major concepts is of bank keys, where even national players are involved. Of course, cyber criminals are involved, because money has always been one of the major attractions for all cyber criminals, including those nation states that are trying to fund their activities using this. We have bank keys coming up, including the Bangladesh bank keys, which is one of the classic cases now. I just want to bring forth the Bangladesh bank keys, just the dates for your kind information. That the hacker who hacked inside the Bangladesh system was ready to wait inside the system for around 6 months to study the system. So they are ready to wait. It's not that they come and hack the system and just go back. They are ready to sit inside your system, study the system, very organized, a spear phishing attack, where they are ready to plan everything out and then really come in. And that's why the Bangladesh bank keys were so successful that till now, not much is known about who actually did it, but we have information that's the Lazarus group doing it. But still, it is so such a calculated and very planned move to really attack a bank. And now, of course, it's not only money, it's data also, which is so very important. That's where the government sector comes in big, because most of the government sector, the data is the key. People want to steal the data. Data is money. You can sell it on the darknet. You can sell it to any country. Data is available, and the public sector holds it. So the public sector, the major attack is related to stealing of data, manipulating of data, etc., which we need to really look at in a major way. Now, just to give you a brief overview of the major cybercrime trends that are there, which we need to understand. We know that the attackers are getting more smart as the day. Gone are the days of the rookies or the youngsters who are doing it. As I mentioned, the best of the minds in the IT industry, the best of the hackers are employed by many nation states. They are available in this criminal world also. But they're getting more smarter, they're using more smarter tools, and they're attacking into any system, which makes every system more vulnerable than it used to be. And now we see a great increase to 200 to 300% in cyber crimes and cyber attacks around the globe, which has been really accelerated by the COVID pandemic, lockdowns, etc. And that's another trend that is coming in recent times. We have the diversity of cyber attacks. Generally, in the physical world, you have a few cyber attacks that come up, or you have a few modus operandi that comes in the crimes, but not in the cyber arena, where you have a great diversity. You have a crime now, after 2 months it's obsolete, and you have new crimes coming up. So the law enforcement or the police department also finds very difficult to keep track of the new kinds of cyber attacks that are coming up, and that is rapidly changing every 2 months or every 3 months. That is another feature of these cyber attacks. And then, as I mentioned, you have the general attack, but you have the spear phishing attack where people are very targeted, people are very planned, they are ready to wait inside your system for months together. They are ready to operate with a lot of resources available, the latest tools available, which can really put you have the best of cybersecurity systems in place, but still you are prone to attacks. So that is the kind of attacks that are coming in recent times. And as I mentioned earlier, we have data, of course, is one of the major sources that people look for attacks. But you have data manipulation also coming up in many sectors where the public sector is competing with the private sector, or there is competition among companies. So data manipulation is one major important thing where you can actually hit the reputation of that company, or the public sector banks, the public sector agencies that are competing in the private sector. So data manipulation also is another major problem, trend that is coming up in recent times. And of course, you have the IoT, the connected devices which are used by hackers, because most of the systems now we have in the public sector is also connected. Camera is talking to systems, everything is talking, all those smart TVs, the smart refrigerators, the webcams, the online video conferencing facilities, everything is connected, which makes it more easier for the hacker to come in through those systems into our computer systems and to hack into whatever data or whatever information that we are storing. And of course, banks continue to be one of the major sources of hacks, because we know that is where the money is, and it will continue to be one of the major entities under threat, and particularly public sector banks. We need to concentrate on. Ransomware is another new trend. Not new trend, it has been there for the past many years, and one of the major weapons of attacks in 2020, 2021 also. Most of the predictions are that ransomware is the biggest tool that will be used by hackers, particularly with the health pandemic on. And diagnostic centers are one of the major centers that are prone to attacks, even government hospitals and the health department around the globe has been prone to a lot of ransomware attack in recent times. We have DOS and DDoS attacks on government entities because they want to deny the service to the individuals. The government digital systems is where a lot of service delivery happens now. Money is transferred, a lot of services are delivered, certificates, everything is through the digital means. And many countries, many actors, many organizations that want to disrupt that country try to attack those systems using DOS and DDoS attacks, which is another trend. Now, coming to all these problems, looking at all these cyber threats and the new landscape that is coming up, we understand that security is not a very simple thing as in the physical world. In the physical world, it's very easy to secure a building or to secure an institution where we have set practices in place, but not in the digital world. Security has become a very complex issue now, particularly cyber security, with all these resources, with all these threats, and with the global playground that we have, because it's not limited to jurisdictions. We have a global playground. Anybody sitting in any country can actually attack our system, and which makes it even more lethal. And so security is a very, very complex issue now. And that is where cyber resilience comes in, which is so important in the public sector that we need to understand. That's why this conference is discussing, deliberating on this concept of cyber resilience, how resilient you are to face these attacks, even if you are attacked, to prevent yourself from this attack, how prepared you are that you are hacked, and how quickly you respond back or you bounce back into the system. So that is very important. Now, just looking at this concept, the most important thing is everybody needs to be secure, and more the public sector. And when you talk about public sector itself, everybody in the digital space needs to be secure. You cannot ignore it, saying that we are just a small organization or we are just a small entity that's looking at limited framework. Because as I said, data is money. And even small organizations, even a cyber attack on a small public entity itself will be devastating for that organization. So we need all-encompassing security framework in place where every organization needs to secure themselves. They need to really study what are the threats available. They need to be make a proper threat analysis and secure themselves. That is so very crucial in the present times. And the concept is on from a layered security to integrated security. Mostly in government, we have the security systems in place, which we bring from the market, and we just try to look in the market whatever is available, and we try to stitch it together. We place a lot of things. These do not talk to each other, so that will not work in the present times. We require an integrated security where your firewall is talking to your system, where your camera is talking to your firewall, etc. All those systems that are available need to talk to each other. It needs to be an integrated security solution that needs to come in to secure your systems. That is very important. And then, of course, the importance of the human element, because most of the hacks that you see in recent times, the weakness has been the individual working in the organization. That is where an email with a malware has been one of the major sources of hacking into any banking system or a government system, where the individual has taken that email, he has clicked on the link and allowed the malware inside the system. So we need to really train the human element working in our organization. The capacity building is so very important. They need to follow the do's and don'ts of cyber security. It needs to be put in them, ingrained in them that you have to follow some practices, only then you can secure systems. So the human element working in our public sector is so very important. And regular training has to be there because it's a constant changing game where they need to really put in the latest systems, all the do's and don'ts that really are put for cyber security needs to be followed by each and every individual working in the organization. And one of the most ignored factors is now most of the government entities also, most of the data is stored in the cloud. And generally, we don't have proper security systems in the cloud. We need to have those clouds also are prone to attacks now. And the cloud security also is very crucial in the government sector because they are also prone to attack. And then, of course, as we always mention, it's a constant cat and mouse game. In the digital world, everything is changing rapidly. The technology that you have now, after 6 months, it will be redundant. The tools that are there, the threats that are there, everything keeps on changing in the digital arena. And so our cybersecurity systems also need to be up to date. We need to put in the correct patches, the up to date patches in place. We need to really know what is the current cyber threat. We need to really collect digital intelligence on the threats. Constant monitoring has to be there. It's a constant cat and mouse game that is so very crucial if we want to secure our systems. And of course, in the government, another ignored thing is the backup management plan. We don't have a proper backup management plan. That is also very crucial. We need to have a proper backup management plan because we are prone to attack. We can be attacked. So we need to have those systems in place, the proper backup management plan to ensure that we don't lose out on the data that we have. Somebody comes and encrypts our system and we don't know what to do. So if a backup is there, we can immediately bounce back. So that is very crucial to have a proper backup management plan in case we are attacked so that we can bounce back in no time. And then, of course, the importance of having CISOs in the organization, cybersecurity experts, are crucial for every public sector undertaking. This one factor which is ignored. People think that you may not have a cybersecurity expert in. We require proper person because this is a full-time activity now. So proper CISO in every public sector is so very crucial. We know the supply is very less compared to the demand, but still every organization, every public sector organization needs to have 24/7 experts to assist you, to guide you, to really lead the cybersecurity process that you are doing in your organization, which is so very crucial in the present times. And then, of course, the attitude to new technology when we talk of cyber threats, etc. Many people really say, why should we adopt technology? And if you really get connected, if you go online, then it's even more difficult. So I'll try to not to adopt the technology and go on to my usual means of delivering the services. We know the digital means has a lot of advantages. It's far more efficient. The speed is there, particularly in the government, where we are trying to put in those services to the public. It's one of the most effective means, the digital means. It reduces corruption, the service delivery is very faster, more effective. And so we need to adopt the technology. It's not, the answer does not lie in just ignoring technology as such. We need to adapt to the technology, but we need to at the same time secure the systems also. That is very important. And the most important thing in government is prepare to be hacked. You do not think that I'm not going to be hacked or I can't be hacked because I've put in the best security system in place. You need to be prepared to be hacked because everybody can be hacked. There is no system that you can say is 100% secure. Something we are secure today, we may not be secure tomorrow. And any weakness in any organization or any individual working in the organization also will make us prone to attack. So we need to be prepared to be hacked because that preparation, that resilience will help us to bounce back without many consequences as such, which would affect that organization. So that preparation is also very important. And of course, we need to put in proper budget for the cyber security because that is another factor. Because in the government, there is a tendency to not allot much money to cyber security because it's seen as a wastage of funds as such. But this needs to be done from the planning stage itself because cybersecurity is so very crucial now. You need to put up a proper budget proposal for that. You need to start thinking about cybersecurity from the coding stage itself, from the very start itself. Because if you don't have proper the coding at the initial stage itself, your systems are never going to be secure. You need to be really understanding what are the threats, and you need to really put the system from the very start itself to ensure that you have a proper robust cybersecurity system in your organizations. So just to summarize, we need to have the problem is there, particularly in the public sector. The public sector is prone to attacks, and in the present time, when we are speeding up this revolution towards digital service delivery, we will continue to be under attack. So cybersecurity is a very crucial element. Cyber resilience is a very crucial element. We need to ensure that we build up that resilience with a lot of security tools available which are connected to each other. We should move away from a reactive policy to a proactive policy where we try to understand the labor cyber threats that are there in the world and build systems in advance to prepare for the cyber attacks. And most importantly, even if we are attacked back, even if we are facing a cyber attack, we need to bounce back, we need to recover from that cyber attack, we need to have a recovery plan and process, a resilience we need to build up in the system so that we bounce back immediately and our service delivery continues without any major hiccups. So that is the most important thing, and I'm sure this conference is going to deliberate on this aspect. And as Mr. Adhikari was mentioning at the end of the conference, I'm sure that we'll have a proper policy set plan for the public sector to ensure that the cyber security in the public sector, the resilience in the public sector is at the highest possible level. So thank you once again for this opportunity, and it's a privilege to speak at this conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for joining us, sharing insights about comprehensive strategies and threat landscapes that are there, emerging threats also. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us today.
Thank you.
So, ladies and gentlemen, next we have a panel discussion on public sector cyber resilience and critical infrastructure protection, for which I would like to invite the moderator of the session, Sri Rajendra Singh, Director Cybersecurity and Privacy, PwC India. And panelists and the key speakers of the session, Sri Sanjay Kumar Das, Joint Secretary IT and Electronics and State Information Security Officer, Government of West Bengal. I invite Sri Golakumar Simli, Chief Technology Officer, Passport Seva, Ministry of External Affairs. I request Sri Srinivas Bosaparpu, Chief Information Security Officer, Pension Fund Regulatory and Development Authority. I request Lieutenant Colonel Nishant Singh, OSD, E-Governance and IT, Ministry of External Affairs, Government of India. I invite Sri Priyank Parmar, Assistant Professor and RRU Chief Project Coordinator, Bharat CISO, School of Information Technology, Artificial Intelligence and Cybersecurity, Rashtriya Raksha University. I welcome you all, sir. I request you to switch on your cameras. So just waiting for Golak sir to join.
Pragya, can you see and hear us?
Yes, I can see you. I'm just waiting for other speakers to join in. And
Thank you.
yeah.
Good morning, everyone.
Unfortunately, Kushal sir just got his message that he's not in a right network area. So it would be a little difficult for him to get connected. And I'm just waiting for.
Good morning. My name is Sanjay Kumar Das.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
So meanwhile, sir is joining. I request Mr. Rajendra Singh to start the discussions.
Yes. So, Pragya, I mean, are we live or we'll go live?
Yes, I think we are live. And
We are live. Thank you. So, good morning, everybody. We have a very interesting topic today. So, there are two very important aspects. One is cyber resilience, and the second is, critical infrastructure. If you see that lately, like last year or couple of years, we have started using the term cyber resilience much more often than we were using cyber security. And I just want to give a very interesting example. What's the difference for the audience present here? That earlier uh, it was more about that a cyber attack should not happen. So everything was done to prevent it. But if it happened, what was the readiness? There was no guarantee over that. So all effort was being put into implementing things so that you could prevent it. But if it happened, are we ready? Are we doing enough drills? So now the theme is changing because I think enough has been observed that it is so difficult to prevent a cyber attack. Rather, the focus has shifted that how can we establish internal immunity of the organization, and that is what cyber resilience theme is towards. And one very good analogy is like, in this COVID scenario, that instead of trying to prevent COVID, of course, it's not that we don't have to try to prevent, but we have to also start focusing that if we get it, is our system immune enough to be able to sustain it? So the idea is that let's assume that cyber attacks are going to happen. How strong is our organization or infrastructure to be able to sustain it and still run operations? I think that's the theme. And critical infrastructures, I think what started happening with the COVID scenario is that even if whoever even did not intend to be digitalized, I think is being forced to get digitalized, and not just for now, because we don't know the uncertainties in the future. So already that journey has started. We cannot roll back now. Even the government is now pushing a lot in digitization. I think every government project is thinking about digitization. There are so many projects being undertaken now with the amalgamation of the traditional processes and then integration of what is happening with digital technology. I think cyber resilience plays a very important role, and that's the theme of today's discussion. I would like to start, Sanjay sir, with you. We are all aware that there are so many initiatives West Bengal has taken. We are very well aware. It's there in the public domain. It's common knowledge, and there are some awards also which were given to the West Bengal government. It will be fantastic to learn from you, sir, because it's not easy to initiate a change in a government sector, and that too at a state level. So anybody who is going to listen to us, it's very important to know that how do you start such a fantastic journey. I mean, how does it start? What do you do first? Because it may be easy to talk in theory, but to actually get it done in practice in a complex environment is a big challenge. So what is the starting point for all government departments which are listening to us or will listen to us in the future? How do you start this fantastic journey? Will be great to hear your views, sir.
Thank you. If you start with such an epitome, uh, hardly anybody can, go and maintain that level. I'm sorry to say, but we are here amongst August gathering where I'm seeing different conversations saying, "Hello, sir, how are you? I hope you're fine." And thank you so much, Rajinder ji, that you know. Before I delve into the discussion, I would also extend my gratitude to my other colleagues here, Mr. Srinivas and Mr. Priyank Parmar, and at the same time giving me the opportunity. So this governance now should also receive thanks from the Department of Information Technology specifically. So I would like to present, with your permission, I would like to present my screen, and I would like to start just a small presentation in 5-6 slides, because the journey has to, as the journey had to start somewhere. We started with a framework. First, in the year 2016, we actually got an opportunity. PETA, not PETA, and WannaCry, they actually occurred one after another in 2016 and 17. And this gave us an extremely good opportunity to bring everybody on board. Prior to 2016, specifically in government of West Bengal, we were actually delving and taking care of the post-incident activities, that is the incident response management. And WannaCry, PETA, not PETA, and other ransomware attacks, which literally, threatened the entire framework across the country. It gave us an opportunity to start asking the question to ourselves that are we prepared? And for that, what we did actually is this: the framework. We actually made this framework into a structure, and the structure was called Cybersecurity Center of Excellence. In April 2016, in July 2016, Cybersecurity Center of Excellence was passed by the cabinet, state cabinet, and by the end of another year, we actually had the brick and mortar structure up and running. And with regards to specifically the framework, we divided the framework on the basis of pre-incident and post-incident activities. The pre-incident activities we specifically targeted towards awareness generation, capacity building, as well as the cyber assurance program. And the post-incident activities included the incident response and mitigation, as well as cyber forensic and investigation. When we had this entire, you can say, 4-dimensional structure, we also have another structure, which is, you can say, a horizontal over these 4 verticals. It is called research and development, this vertical or horizontal, whatever form you want to call it. So besides that research and development, from the name as it appears, let us delve into the theology unto which we dependent and came to this framework. When the United Nations came into being in the 50s, post Second World War, they started immediately this disaster management unit of theirs. But only in 2009 they came up with disaster risk reduction unit. That means a lot of time actually had passed, and they understood that there was no possibility of mitigating disaster, because one after another disaster had been hitting us, the entire world, and we are just waiting because the next disaster is just around the corner. So it is far better if we start concentrating our efforts on resilience, and that resilience too targeted towards pre-incident activities, that means the pre-disaster activities, by reducing the risk of the disaster. And for that, we started in a large scale, in a massive scale, this awareness generation of all segments of the entire society. And we started increasing the capacity of all those who are being made aware. And similarly, we started with the cyber assurance program across the public infrastructure, ICT infrastructure. So if you just see the second slide that I am ready for you, that you would see that 1,700 government employees from 11 departments were properly trained onto what is there, what they would like to actually await. That means what type of web applications threat they would be looking into, what type of network problems and vulnerabilities they are looking at, what type of endpoint vulnerabilities they are actually countering every day, and they are not understanding. Immediately, for spreading the awareness among citizens and making them aware, what we actually did is a quiz, very beautiful quiz, an online quiz and offline quiz, where we literally egged onto by bringing citizens in thousands to participate and get a lot of prizes, not a single prize, lots and lots of prizes. We went into Mela, that means fairs, and we started reaching out to common citizens, identifying cyber champion from those quiz winners. Then we went into cyber awareness camps, and we also there included in thousands of citizens through various campaigning modalities. And one of the finest campaign is our portal, as well as the web view applications that we made, like Cyber Jodha and others. Then we have a beautiful program called Cyber Swadhinata program, where we started actually making cyber champions in government sectors. 192 government officials have been properly handheld and trained, literally on specifically on ICT vulnerabilities, including that means giving them basic idea about this WASA, that means Web Application Security Assessment, and ISR, that means the Infrastructure Security Assessment. So they continually monitor the infrastructure that they work upon. Then there is another program we have started recently. We started from the North Bengal. It is Cyber Shikha. Rather than having a large spread of thousands of teachers being trained online and offline at a time, we actually started with a small group of selected teachers, specifically those who are associated and interested in cyber hygiene. So we identified them, got them nominated from schools, and started the Cyber Shikha program. And then we have created different books specifically on cyber hygiene in different languages too. There are 6 official languages in the state of West Bengal. 3 of them we have already done, that means Bengali, English, and Hindi. And 3 we are doing, that means creating, that means Nepali, Urdu, and Santhali. So we are creating documents on that. That is the cyber hygiene. So before going into the next thing, I'll just say a single sentence that as we are fighting with a pandemic, not by using any drug, but by using our health hygiene practices. Similarly, we are faced with a pandemic, which is cyber intrusion, and that threat has to be only fought with cyber hygiene. And specifically, if you see into the resilience strategy that we have taken, there are 4 specific things I would like to mention. One is about the Cyber Security Center of Excellence, which does all this stuff. That means audit programs, awareness programs, training programs, and specifically collaborating with NCIPC, CERT-In, and all other government of India organizations. We are also bringing private sector to the fore. We are bringing law enforcement agencies by training 2,000 plus police officers on first responder training. That means those officers who would be attending the person who is coming to the thana, that means the police station, to lodge a complaint, and hand holding the person to lodge the perfect complaint, and then onto the investigation, that is the DRT, the detailed responder training on cyber forensic, and specifically system that I have just told. These are the four units, four you can say sections of the whole ecosystem who need to meet in the middle in order to create the resilience map. And this is a very beautiful thing that I want to just project, that for VASA and ISA we have completely made it online. That means all departments and organizations, they are actually coming into our portal and giving their request in order to have a detailed study of their web application as well as their infrastructure security audit, and all their stuff are being attended to through a completely digital mode without involving any person or anybody in between. And specifically, Cyber Jodha is an app which is very popular amongst those who are proponent of this cyber hygiene program. And this is the overall, sir, our methodology as to how we are looking at creating a resilient ecosystem in the state, and hopefully we are on the right track. Thank you so much.
So thank you, sir, for the fantastic presentation. Actually, you've covered the entire breadth and almost left no room for further discussion. But sir, I mean, what was fantastic to learn is, I think, the key insights I'm taking from you, sir. First is that it's a discipline. It's not an overnight journey. It's a discipline, and I think you mentioned that you started somewhere in 2016 by taking a budget and then planning. And the second, sir, we see that you are addressing the entire breadth of cybersecurity. You're ensuring that every pillar of cybersecurity, every aspect of the state is being taken into the overall posture. So congratulations, sir. I think a fantastic presentation. Yes, you want to say something?
I would just like to, I forgot to add one thing with respect to just getting lots and lots of complaints from different thana. We started with only a few thana in the year 2016. Right now we are having 31 cyber police stations. So all those police station officials are being trained by a cybersecurity center of excellence. Besides the point, we are providing tools, original tools, installed at each of the police stations, and giving training, hand-holding training to each of the staff at the whole cyber police station. So it is getting, it is generating a lot of complaints. So how to deal with the complaints? That's why we have created the second cyber forensic lab in the state. That I forgot to mention. I'm sorry.
Fantastic, sir. So would you maybe I'll come back to you at a later point after covering everybody, but what I would like to hear from you, sir, and I think everybody else, is that it sounds like a smooth journey you had, but I'm sure it wasn't smooth. There has to be a lot of, you may have had to convince somebody. But sir, please hold your thoughts on that. We will come back to you. But that's a very good learning for everybody, because what happens is that everybody is thinking about doing something, but there are in practical life in a public sector organization or government department, there are so many challenges, it might get demotivating. So we will come back to you, sir, on that. Golak sir, if we could have maybe your views. I think Passport Seva we see as one of the benchmarks. I think we are very proud. Even when I mentioned to somebody that if they want to see a digitization or a process improvement at its best, all of us we look to. I think it's almost the first example in our country of how you could really transform. So what would be nice to hear from you is that for organizations who had various phases of developing their cyber resilience program, that what do you suggest that, how do you create a program, not just create, but how do you create a program which is sustainable as a discipline? Some thoughts from you, sir, on that aspect.
Yeah, no, thank you, Mr. Rajendra. Let me also greet all my co-panelists present here, and also the governance now for inviting me to speak to this event. Today, we are talking about cyber resilience. We are talking about, how do we take care of the risks which every one of us know, whether it is a state government, central government, any big programs, the risks has increased multifold. Cyber vectors, the threat vectors has gone kind of a, in a multifold way. And that's why when we started, in the Passport Seva program or ministry at large, uh, the idea was to create a cyber security framework first. And then once you are, you have created that cyber security framework, uh, how kind of a closely you can implement it, operationalize it, and adhere it, which is very important. Which is very important. And while I was doing that, I had three things on mind, and those three things are nothing but first and foremost thing is the governance framework. When you are creating a cyber security framework, these three framework are very important. The first is the governance framework. Now let me talk about what is the governance framework we're talking about. Meaning to say that when I was creating a governance framework, right from the top management to my bottom and users, who is involved in the passport issuance process, are they are part of that cyber security framework, or are they have been kind of kept aside. And the problem we create is generally, if you see, we keep most of them aside. When you are creating your cyber security framework, cyber security policy, information security and management policy, you see that these actors have been left out, which we have not done, not done while creating the governance framework. The second very important aspect of the governance framework was how important you give it to the security aspect of it, in terms of data, in terms of stakeholders, in terms of processes, in terms of policies at large. So how important you bring in into your security framework when you are building or creating that security framework. And that is very important. Again, we have taken care at the highest level. They are not only at the user level, but at the highest level. We, as part of Passport Seva program, we understand the security concerns, security nitty-gritty, and what to do, what not to do. That is another very important aspect of the governance framework. And how do you adhere it? Mostly you see that remains part of the document, but here it is not. We are adhering it. So that is another important aspect of the governance framework. The second aspect on the cyber security framework is the risk assessment and risk mitigation framework, right? Most of the time you will see that no, we don't understand the risks. Neither we, even if we understand, we do not have the risk mitigation framework in place. So my suggestion would be, and what we have done is, while we were handling the passport data, passport information, we had to do a complete detailing on the risk assessment, and if there is a risk, how do you mitigate it, right? So that risk assessment framework is very important. And let me also add, Rajendra ji, while I am saying that the risk mitigation framework, if I dwell into little more, risks in terms of stakeholder, risks in terms of your data set, risks in terms of your various kind of workload you are catering to, right? And risks in terms of your, if there is a risk, what is your VCP plan? And there, what I did is, while I was, going into detail into the risk assessment framework, I had to do three things. One is on the data set side, I had to actually segregate between what is my fiduciary data, what is my configurable data, what is my no public data. So I exactly know what are my data sets available on my data centers, or while users and stakeholders are interacting with me, I exactly what is personal data, what is fiduciary data. So I exactly know. So that data set segregation is very important while you're assessing your risk framework. The second very important is the workload segregation. What kind of workload you are dealing? Is it a on-premises workload? Is it a off-premises workload? Is it a sovereign kind of a workload? Is it a non-sovereign kind of a workload? So that is another very important aspect of the risk assessment framework, which if you ask me, most of us, we do not do that, especially in the government and public sector at large. And then the third aspect was the compliance framework. So these three, and now when I say the compliance framework, in terms of protection of personal data, in terms of whatever laws of the land we have available today, we have IT Act 2000. Tomorrow we will be coming with personal data protection bill. So is that your compliance framework is working vis-a-vis your risk assessment framework and also the governance framework, and these all three has to work in tandem. No, these all three frameworks has to kind of a complement each other. They have to kind of a always has to be upgraded, enhanced, continuously you build on. It's as you said, and someone of our colleague from West Bengal was saying that no, it's not a one-day affair. You have to continuously build into it, improve into it, learn, and then go on kind of a improving your security framework. So once you have these three frameworks in place, and once you understand these three frameworks well and adhere it, operationalize it, then what kind of security controls you are building it? On top of that, what kind of security controls you are building it? Now, when I say security controls, if you ask me, I have created 7 layers of security controls, right from my database layer to host layer to perimeter layer to network layer to transport layer to my application layer, right? So each of these layers, what are your security controls? And again, there what we miss is, well, you are building those security controls. One is what are the policy one side you are enforcing into those security controls, what are the tools and technologies you are deploying at each of these layers when we are defining those security controls. The third aspect is, what is your rules of engagement? I always say that at each of these, whether it is a database layer, whether it is a OS layer, host layer, what is your rules of engagement in terms of your stakeholders, in terms of your users, in terms of your third party stakeholders? So what kind of rules of engagement you have written into it, right? So that is another very important aspect when we are defining this kind of a security framework and building the security controls on top of that. Maybe in my next round, then we will speak while you are building these security controls on a holistic way across your ecosystem. How is that the governance model, especially the data governance model, has to be taken care of? And the second important area I would also like to speak on my next round is, especially when you are hitting this kind of a pandemic, let's say COVID-19 or Corona kind of a scenario, is that your digital foundation you have created, is that your application you have created, they are kind of a, in a way, suitable and agile enough to take care of this kind of a pandemic, when it suddenly hit you. So that's how I'll put it, Rajendra ji. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. And I can say that you were speaking from your heart. You've actually lived that experience. So that was fantastic to hear, sir. And sir, what is very important is because we know that there are very high benchmarks Passport Seva Kendra has set. What is very, I am personally very curious to know how did you measure, and maybe you can come back on that because one of the toughest challenges is are you headed in the right direction or not. We know that you have, I mean, I can search on Google and I will find that you have very stringent SLAs, because at the end of the day it might boil down to how you are actually measuring your
Absolutely.
performance. We have seen a lot of flavor from Sanjay sir on that also, but how do you measure and track whether the direction is right or not? But I will come back to you on that. And sir, how do you make sure, you mentioned a very important aspect, that not just a document, but it has, the governance has to be lived. So what
Yes.
actually do you have to do to do that? Because governance framework, it just becomes a highly abused term. It remains as a document.
Yeah.
So what
Yeah.
practically has to be done to bring that cultural change? But I will get back to you on that, sir. If I
Sure.
could
Sure.
go to Srinivas sir. Srinivas sir, I mean, we know that there are so many. Maybe your thoughts on what kind of digitization trends that you are seeing, and what kind of support, whatever your thoughts are on how cyber resilience plays a role, but specifically in your experience, what kind of support is available from the government. I'm asking in the context that maybe there is already so much of support government is providing on cyber resilience and security, but we don't know, the our audience does not know how to avail. Some thoughts on what has been your journey in that regard, and whatever you have to share, sir.
Good morning. At the outset, I would like to congratulate Governance Now and the PwC team, and along with uh, other experts from West Bengal and Passport Seva and Bharat CISO. Basically, fortunately, my doctorate is in cyber resilience and assurance in financial sector. So I started my journey in, with cyber security and cyber resilience. So 5 years back only we started on this. So basically, if you look at, if you permit, I'll go to the presentation part. I have a small
Please sir,
presentation with
please, sure,
five.
sure,
So where
please.
is the sharing option?
Pragya, could
Screen
you
share?
please help?
Yes, yes, just a second.
We can see it, sir, it's coming up.
Yeah.
We can see your screen now.
Yeah. So basically, cyber resilience, I'd like to start with the basic definition, because everybody should understand. Already experts know, but all others who are joining in this conference, they should understand the cyber resilience and assurance. So that's what I'd like to go with basic things of it, because they should understand it. Basically, earlier we used to understand cyber security. There should not be any adverse events on the thing, but now every day we are, if you look at your endpoints, or if your firewalls, or if your uh, firewalls or security systems, knock centers, SOC centers, you'll find lot of adverse events on that. So how we are going to come back very fast out of it, that is a thing we should have to ensure with the cyber resilience. So for that, the whatever attacks are happening, or whatever disruptions are happening for the infrastructure or applications, servers or services or businesses, we should have to continuously provide the services, whether it is in passport seva, whether it is in transport, whether it is in airlines, wherever it is, any attacks or any adverse events happening, we should be in a position to provide the services continuously. In case if it is down, how quickly you are going to come back from the adverse events to the recovery mode. That we should have to make it up. That is the basic thing we are expecting and deliverables out of the cyber resilience. And the assurance is how quickly and quickly you are going to come back and provide the services for the end users, whether it is in banking sector, whether it is in the power sector, whether it is in telecom sector. That's what we are our today's theme also. In public sector, how you are going to come back, because in my scenario, if you look at we have a central record keeping agency, and it is taking more than 3.5 crores people pensions. Mean to say that if it is not available for some time, how you are going to how it is impacted, because that's what if you look at the definition of the cyber critical systems also, that is incapacitation of anything, because if it is not able to provide the service in case of any adverse events or in case of any distraction which happens to the systems, and what is the deliberating impact on the security, economy, health and safety. These are the major concerns we should have to take. If you look at my one of my slide now, if you look at the smart grids of transco or discoms of public sector, or in case of telecom sector, in case of transport, in case of police systems, CCTNS, in case of governance like the GSTN is there, UIDI is there, payment systems are there, smart cities are there, public financial management, PFM is also there, and targeted public distribution system is there. In case of in these critical systems, if it is a national level, we should have to categorize it. Every time we are thinking only a national level critical systems. In case of state level public sectors or state level critical system, what are the state level critical systems are there? What are the things are there in the district level critical systems are there? Now we are always thinking about the national level critical systems, whatever the state and district level critical systems that to become. That's what we are also talking to the various states. They should have to establish the center of excellence, and they should build the capacity of the people first. West Bengal has done tremendous excellent job. Similarly, all other states has to be perform the same way. Then we can come back with the service for the people. Regularly it happens because a lot of incidents are happening, that incident recovery should be done and service able to be provided. So if you look at the various critical systems, energy level, chemical level, dams level, defense level, various things over there. A lot of critical systems are there in India. Just now I listed what are the public sector systems are there. There are 249 public sector systems are there, public sector enterprises are there. So like NTPC, BHEL, oil companies, airlines, then banking are there, ports are there, NIC is there. So how we are going to protect that system is very important, because there are a lot of risk is there, a lot of vulnerabilities are there, a lot of threats are there. How we are going to mitigate those risks based on the risk assessment of the each area, and what are the critical systems which is impacting in economy, security and public health, because how it is going to affect the systems if it is not providing the service for one day, or what is the volume of the transactions, or what is the value every day, how many are accessing at a district level, how many are accessing that system at the state level. If it is not provided, how the impact
Did we lose volume? Srinivas sir, we cannot hear you. Srinivas sir,
volume
we
is
cannot
not
hear
come.
you.
Srinivas sir, I think you're on mute. We are not able to hear you.
has been taken care in.
Now it's fine.
Hello?
It's back,
Maybe
sir. It's fine now. It's fine.
fine.
Yeah. So how we are going to provide the secure transactions or secure services for the public at large? So that's where, as per the definition, we should have to think at a district and a state level. As of now, national level is there. Now, next step is we should have to think of a state and district level. And the critical systems, as we mentioned, the defense level, government utilities, food level, public health, and the space level also we are understanding. Then the integration of those things, like banking is integrated, the electricity, then information and communication technology, natural gas, then water and system. Now entire India on a Jal Shakti mission is going to be integrated with the dams. So how you're going to uh, detect and identify the risk in the system? Then while you are managing, how we are going to protect that system? Then how you are going to react and recover the system? How quickly you are going to perform it? And the governance and assurance part of it. So if you look at the national cyber security strategy, uh, 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 all these things are taking care, because a lot of SCADA systems are there in the watering systems and power systems. Then how the data is acquired, if anything happens over there. So how the power grid related distribution and distribution system and generation systems are working. In case of metro rails, how the security is provided in order to avoid the collisions or kind of thing. So the main things, what kind of cyber security policy they are adapted, whether that is implemented properly or not, and what kind of budget they are allocated. Because in banking system, we given 5 to 10% of the IT budget has to be allocated for the information security also. That's why some guidelines has to be there to make to strengthen the systems whatever we are implemented, and which impacts the public at large. So that's why we should have to identify the critical systems based on the size and economic value, and the processes and services provided, total transactions per day, or number of connected devices, especially what are the devices connected to it, how that is monitored at network operation center and security operation center or national level SOC centers. Then how the data acquisition is happening, and once identified any threat or vulnerability or risk in the any of the devices, any of the parameters, how we are going to protect or recover it from the failure of anything. And similarly, the risk assessment has been done at various levels, like technology. Initially we are talking about the risk assessment, then information security management, then cyber security. Then various levels are all depends on the how the risk management has been taken into the consideration. So if you look at everywhere, we were talking about the CIA tried confidentiality, integrity, and availability has to be taken. But every level, if you are using some application, what are the access control matrix has been taken while developing any application? What kind of design design level things are taken into the consideration when developing an application or system? Then how the authorization is given, and how the DDoS network level denial of service has been taken care. Those kind of earlier in software development life cycle, we have the security as the non-functional thing. Now it is becoming the core in the development activity. At the initial stage itself, we should have to consider this as a security part. That's why if you look at latest technologies in AI, ML, or cyber security or IoT systems, the DevSecOps in DevOps, DevSecOps has been included in the initial phases itself. So mean to say that the ability and quickly, what are the difficulties are there? So how we are going to come up with the various leadership and partnership? Then information and infrastructure, what are the information infrastructures are there? then service transformation and community resilience. As Sanjay sir told, the community involvement is very important to success, to get the success in the cyber resilience. Then the business continuity and civil contingencies and risk management activities are the pillars, and the strategy, skill, security strategy and skills required to get back the system onto the normal mode. That is very important. And once if you're coming to the production mode, the assurance mode, the managing risk related to the processing, storage and transmission has to be taken care with the various incidents and the incident resilience mode. Then assessment of it, and then improvement, continuous improvement of it. Then mitigation and governance strategy has to be in the place to empower the innovation and innovation in the business resilience. So that should be in the both the modes. Resilience response mode should be there, and governance and assurance mode is to be there to get the cyber resilience and resilience and protecting the critical information infrastructure protection uh, in the public sectors. So in that especially how the RPO, the recovery point object and recovery time object, how much we are going to reduce it to the seconds or to the minutes. That is where the success of the production lies. So if it is goes fails also, how quickly you are going to come back. So that's where we should have to build a business continuity plan with the best of the disaster recovery strategies and key metrics for that. So for that we are going to apply various frameworks like COVID-5 and COSO, then risk management thing, ISO and ISO TOGAF, and kind of frameworks we can apply to get the best of the recovery solutions out of it. Then coming to last but not least, the governance, risk and compliance should be in place to get the resilient systems in the public sectors. So with this, I would like to conclude, but finally, I would like to summarize. While the identification of critical infrastructure is taken place, we should be very careful, and we should have the protected systems with the various controls like planning, implementation, operational, and business continuity plan, along with the reporting and accountability of the systems to mitigate the vulnerabilities, threats, and risks in the public sector systems as it is used by many people. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, sir, for a brilliant presentation. I think some of the things that I personally observed is that you talked about metro transportation. So I think there has been a lot of assumption, and I think already IT has integrated a lot into these systems. So basically, how a metro can be down with a cyber attack, I think it's been years that we're already thinking about all those, how the SCADA systems are already integrated with IT, but that's a brilliant insight that you've given. Thank you for that. Lieutenant Colonel Nishant, thank you for being patient. I want to come to you. Enough, I think I've heard many times everybody talking about capacity building skills as being one of the very important areas, and the governance aspect in terms of, let's say, policy formation. So how do you create something which can be implemented in spirit? So please, I think you've worked in a lot in this space. Will be great to hear your experience.
Thank you, Mr. Rajender, and my greetings to all of the panelists in the forum. I am really thankful to Governance Now for giving this platform to us for sharing our views. So at the outset, I would like to compliment our moderator, who very beautifully put across that analogy of resilience, comparing it with the COVID pandemic situation. So I would like to give another analogy of a boxing match. So resilience can be, you can draw parallels with resilience with this analogy, that a boxing player, a boxer, is playing with his opponent. An opponent has been punching him, but he's gained that robustness and agility that he can withstand those blows, still he continues to fight. That is what resilience is. So now I'm a man of basics, so I would try to take you back to basics and then try and map this resilience with the basics of cybersecurity. So resilience for a boxing, as I mentioned, a boxer. So if he has attained this level of tolerance to all such blows, that means he has already undergone a very strict fitness regime and strength building exercises to reach to this level of tolerance and robustness. In a similar manner, if we expect a system to be resilient, then it has to first comply with some basics of cybersecurity measures, and assuming that attack will happen and the disruption will occur, the measures must be in place to prevent, respond, and recover from such attack. But for those measures to be effective and successful, security needs to be dovetailed in every aspect. And to be precise, I would like to again take you back to basics, the basic tenets of cybersecurity, that is people, process, and technology. Unless you holistically address these three tenets of cybersecurity, resilience is the next level to achieve. The basic level is to first achieve cyber defense, which is, while when I say that cyber resilience, the aim is to apply those measures to recover fast and at the same time also contain the impact of attack. So this level of immunity and agility can only be achieved when an organization has already a very comprehensive framework in place, and recovering fast from the attack can only happen when you have couple of security controls which help you to ensure the continuity in your system and also ensure that your system uh, continue to deliver the desired service despite being under attack. This is only possible if all these security controls are have already made your which are mature in your organization, and it has made your ICT infrastructure highly secure and robust. So these controls and processes are governed by the underlying principles, procedures, and certain best practices. And these are the elements which are subsumed in an organization's cybersecurity policy. So I'm trying to map this with cybersecurity policy, which is supposed to be a very comprehensive and holistic document and addressing all basic tenets of cybersecurity. So when we see these steps of cyber resilience, that firstly you need to identify your environment and the overall threat perception, and then you need to work out a strategy to protect those essential critical infrastructure, and then implement those safeguards into your overall system. And then comes the detection stage, wherein there should be adequate visibility in your network that you can detect intrusion well in advance. And then the response plan has to be very well laid out and well rehearsed so that you can, even despite the moment breach happens, what should be my action in what particular scenario. And obviously, finally, the recovery, which we all, that is the basic premise of having a resilient system. So I want to say that you can only improve something that you can measure. So resilience is the next level. The first level is to firstly make your system mature enough, the security of system mature enough. That is only possible if you have a very comprehensive cybersecurity document in place, not for the sake of compliance, but for adhering to it, for implementing it in later in spirit. So the start point of any cybersecurity policy is firstly threat perception. I should know what is the threat perception in the current scenario, especially applicable to my particular business processes. And then I need to prioritize those threats. Once I prioritize, I can know which threat to be addressed in what manner at what level. And cyber defense will only then mature. In any comprehensive cybersecurity policy, another important aspect is defining the roles and responsibilities of various stakeholders, which often lacks on ground. But unless we translate this into action, this policy, the cyber resilience is a very far-fetched idea until the time we achieve the basic cyber security framework in any organization. So role of agencies has to be very clear. There shouldn't be any ambiguity in anybody's responsibility. One has to know the accountability. Accountability has to be fixed. So all these aspects have to be built into your cybersecurity document. And once it is designed, it cannot be one size fits all. It has to be a tailor-made, customized for that particular time and that particular organization. Once it is there, then obviously it will always give you give the complete organization, its employees and its management, it will give them a direction towards achieving the aim and goal of the mission. So all these, furthermore, the policies, they provide a very comprehensive guideline in terms of what is to be done, what is not to be done, which is the basic start point for any organization to achieve a robust cybersecurity posture. And then finally you aim to achieve the aim plus, that is cyber resilience. So IT security policy will define what is required to be done. Secondly, it will also reflect the risk appetite of an organization and risk organization top management, and it will reflect what kind of mindset do we have, because it is very important to change the mindset with the changing threat perception and scenarios. And policies will give a clear cut direction that this is so. Control framework can only be built once your policy is comprehensively designed, and then only we can talk about resilience. So IT security policies are, it gives you that mechanism which supports organization legal and ethical responsibilities as well. So I would rather like to emphasize that realistic risk assessment is very important. Identify what is valuable to you, and then identify what is vulnerable to you, and then a further plan of action how to protect. And it is not only about my assets, my organization cybersecurity policy in isolation. I have to see it and map it with the existing national cybersecurity policy or national cybersecurity strategy. It has to be aligned with that as well. And the essential and relevant essence of those policies which are available, which have been provided by the government, needs to be culled out from there, whatever is applicable, and that will give your policy a very realistic and very structured format. And it need to dovetail the relevant components from the appropriate security framework as well. Some framework like ISO or NIST or GDPR, or in our case it's PDPA, which is supposed to be there soon. So these aspects also should form part of the comprehensive policy document. But the challenges that we have in public sector in terms of policy, I would share my experience with you that often I've come across some organizations when you ask them about a policy, they really are not very sure whether the policy document is there. If it is there, most of the time it is for the compliance requirement. But when you ask them how you're ensuring cybersecurity state in your organization, they say we carry out audits. So my question to them is, if you are carrying out an audit but you have not seen the policies, so what are you assessing? It is something like you are carrying out an assessment exam of a student, but we have not given him any syllabus, you're not given a curriculum. So you need to first define what has to be assessed. So you define it and then you assess. So audit is a practice wherein you assess and evaluate the state of your cybersecurity readiness, which is straight away mapped to your cybersecurity policy. If the cybersecurity policy is not in place, you can really not have any viable or useful audit. And lack of skill set is another challenge that public sectors face. Lack of skill set in terms of having the formulation of policy, implementing it practically on ground, and then carrying out audits to make sure that the security controls and best practices are being adhered to, they are in place, they're effective. And third and most prevalent challenge that government organizations fail is lack of funds. Often there are a lot of things which we need to implement, but the lack of fund at the right point of time, because the process of procurement or hiring something, it is a very, very long drawn process in government. So often the whole purpose of the having a particular project is defeated when it is not provided to you in the time frame when you really need it. And again, I would emphasize that it is audit, which is a compliance requirement, but one has to look at it. This is again a very common issue in government organization, that audit is just taken as a compliance requirement, but it needs to be more realistic assessment and mapped to your cybersecurity policies. And apart from that, there is something which I would like to cover about the skill building and capacity building. Maybe in the next round of talk, we can cover that. Thank you so much. Over to Mr. Rajendra.
Sure, sir. Sure, sir. Thank you. Thank you for the brilliant thoughts on the policy aspect. And I used to tell all the people that I work with that the best policy, and I have personally observed, the best policies are the ones which are being referred to on a daily basis for guidance. A policy should be able to, we should be able to refer to it on an everyday basis to learn what we can or cannot do. So it's a very referable and very live document. Yeah. Thank you, sir, for your thoughts. Priyankji, thank you for waiting so patiently. Sorry that we're coming to you very late. Some specific thoughts on, there was one aspect that came across, like cyber insurance is a very talked about aspect. I'm not sure how relevant it is in government parlance, or is it even relevant? Is it even something that the audience that's going to listen to us should even bother about? Because that's when the damage is done, and especially it relates to liability aspects. Some thoughts on that, and otherwise your general thoughts on the subject today.
Yeah, thank you so much, Rajivji and the governors now for having me here, and thank you everyone, my co-panelists who are present here. Thank you to the Pragya ma'am who has coordinated for successfully joining us smoothly into this event. Coming to this topic, yes, the cyber resilience is the one of the key requirements. All the panelists have discussed about the various aspects of that, and it is much important in a current situation. Since last 1 year, we are observing the pandemic situation, and during that, it has changed up the entire workflow. Like people starting from their desk, they have shifted to the home. Even today, I am working from home. So it has been tremendous change which has been observed in last 1 year. With this, the attack has been increased. If you look at the statistics which attacks has been performed in last 1 year, so there is no organization, be it Google, be it WhatsApp, be it Facebook, or be it Twitter. Everyone has faced up cybersecurity challenges into this past 1 year. So we need to be ready with the proper plan, proper execution plan, which can be your saving your organization from this kind of an attacks. But for that, we need to have a certain policies on the ground. And the one of the key point which has been discussed in the Sanjay sir's talk, as well as the Srinivasan sir's talk or the Nishant sir's talk, that are we ready with the experts who can who can handle these kind of an attacks? And the every attack is involved from the starting from, let's say, a lower man who is doing the data entry into the system. So he's also connected, or he's a part of your entire network, and then he might be tomorrow vulnerable with some of the vulnerabilities, and that can be exploited. So all of this needs to be trained in such a way that they can understand, yes, these are the phishing mails, or these are the things which they are not supposed to work on, or these are the mails which they are not supposed to reply on, or these are the standard procedures on which they are supposed to work. So with this, all these thoughts, the Rashtriya Rakshana University and the IIT Madras Pravartak is launching one course which is basically on Bharat CISO. So this entire course is going to teach the various experts from the across the India are going to deliver the sessions on how the CISO should function. Or in many of the certification course, we have seen that the more importance has been given to the policy drafting. However, that is important, but the next thing is the practical hands-on onto that, how you are going to mitigate those challenges, or how you are going to handle those challenges when it comes to you, right? So the audits, which has been the one of the way to examine that whether my system has been properly established or not, or whether my infrastructure is safe or not. So for that, we can have a surprise audit constituted by some of the organization, which will do a surprise audit to the organization. Then let's say I'm basically from an academia, and there we are supposed to take out an surprise test for the students. So at that moment, you will realize that what is the readiness of the student, or what is the actual on ground concept clearance of the student. So the same thing can be replicated into the infrastructure, so that we can have an idea that yes, here is the level available into the system, and that can be fixed up. Because when we have a planned audit, that at most of the time, or in week before, we start preparing on that part, that yes, everything is on place and everything is working fine. But if we have a kind of an structure, then we can do a more effective way. Coming to the insurance part, yes, the insurance, cyber insurance is now into the picture, where the people are really interested into the getting their infrastructure to be insured. Now, when it comes to an infrastructure insurance, there are so many things. There is nothing like money, right? There is one part, but your data, your importance of your network, or let's say if you have a downtime for 5 minutes at least, then at this 5 minute, how your network is going to be affected, how your next clients are going to be affected, that you must be aware that everything is going to be failed, right? So in this, I think Srinivasan sir's presentation, it was considered that what is the recovery time which you are expecting, or how you are setting up this recovery time, and how quickly you can come back to your original state. So the cyber insurance is on the one of the side that you will be having a protection onto that, but the main importance part is the how quickly you will be able to recover your site. And the one of the challenge which has been observed into the last solar wind attack, right? There are lot many organizations have been affected, as well as the uh, solar wind attack, where the organizations has been affected. The healthcare industry now, in this situation, all of the data has been pushed out on some of the portal, where all the information of the patient is available, and that is also coming out with the new challenge for the infrastructure to be managed, because all private information, or you can say confidential information pertaining to that particular patient, is available onto the hospital's website. So how they are going to store, for that we need to come out with the certain policies where the peoples can talk on, right? Over to you, Rajendra sir. Will be taking out
Thank
the
you.
next.
Thank you. Thank you. So I think we are just about left with to just for summary comments from everybody, because we have to close sharp by 12:30. I just want to mention one thing, and that has come out to me personally. I think all of you have shown brilliant leadership in your respective sectors and domains. I think that is one very important lesson for everybody. That I think the starting point, because cybersecurity is not yet a subject which is understood so well to be able to allocate funds and budgets and efforts, and it requires brilliant leadership to be able to drive that. So all of you have shown that in your respective domain. So I would like to congratulate all of you. Sanjay sir, quickly, where we left, I think what we mentioned is that it's not an easy journey. It's in practical life, it's so difficult to get funds. It's so difficult to get things done. It's so difficult to keep everybody motivated, and you've done at such a scale. So some
Yes,
of
sir.
the learnings
Thank you.
that we can take from you, that what.
Yes, first of all, as if you permit me, I would start with a very strong sentence that depend less on vendors. So this entire domain, what I have seen during the last 5.5 years, that the entire domain is actually run by vendors. We depend left, right, and center upon vendors. We are getting educated by vendors. We are attending seminars and conferences, sponsored by vendors. There is nothing wrong in that, but there is no stopping us to finding out using the all-powerful Google what type of similar applications are there, solutions are there, and what is the technology behind that very solution which is going on. Going into the specific, the white paper behind every new solution that is coming our way. So this is one. When you start doing that, the quantum of funds required for one consultancy and second tools will come down. And if you do not take a proposal which tends to zero with regards to finance to your boss, there is very little chance of getting it passed. Because cyber security even today is other man's bill. At least in government sector, until and otherwise there's something wrong, nobody would like to attend to it. Not only that, it is just like a khujli, that is some skin rashes. We want to cover it with our clothes. So we need to start opening up our clothes and show our problems, that we are vulnerable. We need to admit that we are vulnerable and we are being invaded every moment. If we do not put this thought across, then you cannot make them own up. Number one. Number two, that Tagore wrote once that in Bengali it calls Tomar Potaka Jare Dao Tare Bohibare Dio Shakoti. That means you give responsibility upon the person whom you are entrusting with some the power to actually fight, whom you are entrusting with some responsibility. So we are actually putting a lot of solutions in the hands of the people, users, without giving them a lot of training for using those solutions and tools. So our effort was to come to the middle, bringing everybody in the middle, and the field in the middle is a muddier and murkier field. Nobody wants to come onto the field. So we are actually training the government sector people, the teachers, the students. Actually, in Cyber Shikha, what we are doing, we are trying to make teachers cyber champions. Why? Because we have seen that what Isaac Asimov thought of nearly 100 years back, that the fun they had for another 100 years ahead, or 50 years back or 60 years back, I don't remember the perfect time when he wrote that, but 100 years ahead, that people, students do not go to school and they are learning from their home, and they have found out a book where the digits and the letters, they do not fly, they are fixed, and this is beautiful. And they have understood that how much fun they would have, because their entire life was relegated to a room, and that is happening right now. And the best person to start is the teachers, by telling them how to deal with the problems, because each and every student is finding it very hard to actually utilize all these tools, technologies, and other things. Every now and then the schools are changing the entire ball game. आज तो लिख के आप परीक्षा दीजिए, कल ऑनलाइन उठा के दीजिए, नहीं तो पोर्टल में जाके दीजिए, वहां डाउनलोड करके प्रिंट आउट लेके तो लिख के साइन करके फिर से उठाइए. Every day the guardians, the students, the teachers, they are invaded with instruction after instruction after instruction. So who is the best person to actually fight this whole game as the general, the teachers? So Cyber Shikha is giving the teachers the cyber hygiene knowledge, so that they can be playing the role of general. So that is a segment. If you try and teach and make them master trainer, the teachers, one side the students are getting trained, another side the guardians are getting trained. So that is the most important aspect. Till today, there is no mandate. There is no mandate that from class 1 to class 12, one needs to actually, teach these cyber hygiene practices. Just imagine, before 2013, there was no mandate to conduct the disaster management tree. After Latur and all, even after a lot of times, then slowly, they're now, these schools are being trained on how to react post a disaster. Why are we not conducting drills on cyber, intrusion and cyber invasion? That we are doing. In OJT, on the job training of all government employees, we have covered more than 2,700 government officials. We have trained them, and we are giving them a real sense of cyber security drill. During the 3 hours training, there is a drill for 30 minutes and there is a quiz for 30 minutes. And post this 3-hour program, there is a certificate, digital certificate generated and put on blockchain, and so that everyone can refer to it and also present it as a matter of reference. So, you need to give value.
Sir, a humble interjection. We are quite tight on time. We have 4 minutes left to close.
Yeah, I was taken. These are the few things. No problem. I was taken away. So these are the things. I cannot stop if I start telling on this. So these are the effects. I do not think money is an impediment, and government does not actually lack money. It lacks intent due to people like us. If we are intending to do good, government will definitely provide funds. Thank you so much.
Sure. Thank you very much, sir. We can see the passion in you, and I think that's a very good message that everybody is getting here. Thank you for that. It is personally also great learning. Golak sir, if everybody else is okay, we'll take final comments from Golak sir, and we will sum it up. I'll sum it up after that, sir.
Yeah. Paucity of time, so we'll wrap up quickly. Now, there are 2-3 things, Rajendra ji, I would like to mention, since we all are talking about the investment, the business model, the sustainability angle. And if I can quote you, the Passport Seva is one of the program which we have innovated a business model which is not only taken care about the investment part per se, but it has also taken care of the technology obsolescence. It has also taken care of the sustainability part. It's taken care of performance and SLA, like you are asking. It has shown us a path where and how we should collaborate with the industry partner in spite of not outsourcing your sovereign and critical tasks to the private organization, right? It has shown us how you should build a team, capacity building and training. So the idea is, how do you create these innovative business model, not only alone by the government or public sector, but along with our industry partner, and then it has to be a win-win scenario. The last thing, Rajendra ji, I'd like to put saying that, I always say that the digital foundation, what we are creating today or tomorrow, whether it is a on-premises or it is a cloud variants or any kind of digital foundation we are creating, the security has to be intrinsic at each layer of the digital foundation. We must not see security as a patch up, or it is in a way I'm building later on. It must be intrinsic to each layer of the digital foundation, and that digital foundation must support any application from anywhere, from any device. So that's how I'll put it, Rajendra ji. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And with that, we will sum it up as a summary, some brilliant learnings. I think first important lesson is we cannot outsource our immunity. I mean, we can't just let somebody else handle it. It has to be something which has to be done by ourselves. We should be able to control. And one of the parlance, Golak sir, we learned from you, and that's very common, is maintaining strategic control, which means the control has to be from within. You could depend for things which are mundane, but the control has to be from within. We spoke about budget, capacity building. I think all these things need to be taken care of. They are foundational to establish a cyber resilience program. And there were so many basic things which were spoken about. With that, I think we will wish everybody the best to be able to start this journey on cyber resilience and critical infrastructure. And that's it from our side. Pragya, I think we are just on time. We can close this session.
Thank you so much for sharing insights. Yeah. It was pleasure having you all. Thank you once again, everyone. It was a wonderful session, and Rajendraji, special thanks to you. You moderated well, and really sorry due to positive time, some of you did not get enough time to communicate your views. But surely next time we will try to have more time for the discussions.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Pragya. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank you very
everyone.
Thanks a
much.
lot.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we have our next panel discussion, Automation Tech Experts Roundtable, for which we have Shri Pramod Agarwal, IMA CTO and Head of IQBot Products, Automation Anywhere. We have Shri B. Paparaju, Group General Manager, ENT, Head Operational Technology, ONGC Limited. We have Shri Prem Kumar Jha, Chief General Manager, Communications and Information Security, Steel Authority of India Limited. We have Shri Sanjeev Agarwal, Chief General Manager, Retail Engineering, Headquarters, Bharat Petroleum Corporation Limited. We have Shri RVN Visveshwar, Chief General Manager, Finance, Indian Oil Corporation Limited. We have Shri Ritvik Rath, Chief General Manager, Information System Strategy, Hindustan Petroleum Limited. We have Shri D. Bera, General Manager, GAIL, India Limited. I welcome you all, and we are waiting for Shri Pramod Agarwal ji to join and lead the panel discussion. He's having some technical issue. He's just joining.
Good afternoon, Pragya ji. Sanjeev.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good
Yes,
afternoon. Am I audible? Yeah. This is Raju.
Yeah, good afternoon. Good afternoon.
thank you everyone for joining us today. Meanwhile, Pramod sir is joining us. I think he's around and switching on his camera. We have a quick poll for the audience. I think it is a good time to understand how what the public sector is in their automation journey. So I'm running a poll, and I would be happy to have quick answers from everyone. So I request everyone to share their views. Where is your organization in the automation journey now? And let's see what interesting results are we going to get. We are going to display. So another 5 seconds for the votes. So if we see, okay, interesting. I think planning and experimenting. So now we have Shri Pramod Agarwal ji, IMEA CTO and Head of IQBot Products Automation Anywhere. So we will start with his presentation.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone, and I apologize for delay on my side. Hopefully, we will have a great session. I'm looking forward to having the discussion with all my esteemed panelists. So, what we had, for the benefit of the audience, what we had planned to do was lay a little bit of a groundwork from a automation technology perspective. So the audience is in sync with what we are talking about, and then we will lead the panel discussion with questions around what are the digital transformation drivers today and how automation can help, and also ask the panelists for comments on what do they see as challenges, barriers, opportunities. So a fairly wide-ranging and broad conversation around this topic. So I hope we enjoy this session. So let me start sharing my screen. And Pragya, can you confirm if you can see my screen now? Pragya, can you confirm? What do you see on the screen?
Your screen is visible.
Yeah.
Okay, what do you see on the screen? Because I can't say.
It is about today's realities. The slide is open.
So how do I be on the presentation and also be? Okay, I think this works. So let me try this. Okay, so I think for people who are dealing with application systems, I think the journey of digitization, I think started somewhere in late 80s, early 90s, and I myself joined that journey end of I think 99. And what we have seen organizations do, they have digitized a lot of their underlying processes and systems by either building it themselves or buying off-the-shelf software from a bunch of providers who are specialized in domain-specific and function-specific systems. Now, when you look at this, one would feel that, yeah, the work of digitization is done. But when you look at the human side of how the humans work with the application systems, they're still stitching through a bunch of systems to get a job done, right? And from an end user perspective, they care about what is the job and how do I get done using all of these systems, whether it requires some collaboration, communication, working through different modules in a system or across systems. Stitching a process remains a difficult job. And when you stitch a process for the business value, that's where you derive benefit from the system, right? Otherwise, these are just disparate systems. What we have found is a typical enterprise has over 1,500 applications. And I think many of you will argue that you probably even have more, though some of us at a personal level may not interact with all of these applications. But it is the reality of today that customers have hundreds and hundreds of applications that do their individual task very well, but from a process perspective, business value perspective, they still have to be orchestrated together. So when you look at automation, you're essentially thinking about how do I orchestrate a process where different digital assets are coming into play, which a human is using with the help of human cognition, whether it is understanding a customer request through text or through phone, looking at an email, understanding a document, understanding a contract, understanding a legal agreement, understanding a customer complaint that may be coming for a service, as to what is written there and how do I interpret it to make business sense out of it. So when you organize this in a process and when you can have the systems that can enable automation of human cognitive tasks as well as the process tasks that are carried out by these digital assets, that's when you derive value from an application perspective. So how do you get it done, right? So today, what we are seeing in the market is you have a variety of applications that are being used in front office, mid office, and back office, and they all need to be connected together, right? Collaboration is one part of that, but also when you accept, let's say, an order or a customer request, it eventually has to make its way back to the backend system to, let us say, understand inventory, understand the status of that particular customer complaint or an order, right? So the reality is that when you think about a process, you're looking at the front office and back office systems working together. Therefore, what we believe is that you really need a single automation system to orchestrate all these processes where the cognitive as well as the digital tasks are done in a single process flow by one system, so you can manage and control it in a much better way, right? So our belief is that you need a single automation platform, and without that you cannot automate a process across. And if you choose a automation approach where you're looking at application level automation, and there are several vendors who have their own automation suites embedded within, we believe that approach will only lead to further creating silos in digitization of your assets. Pragya, you'll have to confirm if you can see my screen. I am on the screen called top 3 reasons. Can you see it?
Yes, it is top 3 reasons. You can check audience view if you want to see how is it looking.
Okay, I don't know how to get there, but let me continue.
Okay.
So what we believe today is, after having worked on the automation platform for a while, and then we have been in the business for many, many years, that you really need a single modern platform so you can digitize end to end, and therefore you can digitize more processes, automate more processes, right? And then the platform must cover the discovery aspect of what to automate, the digitization of human cognitive input, as well as the process. For example, you may be reading an application screen, you may be reading a document like an invoice, or you may be reading an email text from a customer, and then automate that process end to end. And then in that journey, bring AI into the play for automation as well as better decision making, and then optimization. So when you look at the whole process end to end, then you can discover and automate more processes. You also need to look at modern architectures like cloud native architecture, which cut the cost of using these systems. So several application vendors and automation vendors will simply take their current on-prem platform and host it in the cloud. That is not being cloud native. Cloud native means that you fundamentally have a web-based architecture, a modular architecture supported by microservices. So you have a fundamentally low cost of ownership of that system. And then I keep losing my slide view here. And then lastly, you need hang on, this is pretty I apologize, I keep losing my screen here. Now I can't get to it. One moment. How do I? I think I'm back to it. And then you need an enterprise grade platform, which should have a web interface which is easier to deploy and scale. Right? And when we talk about 2 times more processes, it's not just theory, right? When you have end-to-end capability from discovery to optimize phase available for all of your front office to back office processes, we actually find that is true, because if a process, for example, uses documents, then you can use a document process technology like AccuBot, and then you can automate it end to end, right? And therefore, not only we have provided a full end-to-end platform, we're also talking about integrations to key technology providers like Google, DataRobot, Core.ai, and several vendors in AI and other process space. So you can actually get to that level of automating everything that you can automate. This is a thing. And when you think about automation in the cloud, and I think this is a very relevant topic from a public sector perspective, given the large sort of infrastructure the governments are building and the public sector enterprises building, which potentially could have a cloud model of deployment. Maybe it is government's private cloud, or maybe it is private cloud that is shared by, for example, SAIL for all of its units or GAIL for all of its units, because the management cost and the deployment cost of these infrastructures is fundamentally low. And we have compared what a monolithic architecture might be versus a automation 360 cloud architecture could be, and we see benefits up to 1/5 of the cost of the legacy platform. So I think this is big benefit to using cloud native and cloud architectures, because you have better manageability, better security, and you get there at a lower cost. And I think this can drive and accelerate the automation projects very fast. Lastly, what we want to talk about is when you have a web-based and cloud architecture, You're talking about reduced setup time. You're talking about reduced time to create a bot, execution time. When it is web-based, it is very intuitive, and therefore the time to train a citizen developer or a developer using platform is low, and you can scale on your platform much faster. So these are three significant benefits from a modern architecture, which I think we must leverage as we are starting on our automation journeys. Now, one important aspect of the automation, and analysts like Gartner talk about this hyper automation, and they're essentially talking about, when you're looking at an end-to-end process, as I was talking about earlier, it is not only composed of digital tasks, it also has human steps. And those human steps many times include judgment, many times they include capabilities like having to see something and interpret it. And in the entire end-to-end automation journey, it's very important to identify what are your cognitive tasks, and is the technology available at the level of productivity where you can use it to automate that human cognition, so you can get much more agility and much higher level of automation in your enterprise. An example, conversational interfaces and customer experience are becoming much popular today, because so much of the experience of the customer is through digital channels, right? And that is true even for the industrial and manufacturing enterprises as much as it is true for a digital native enterprise such as Airbnb or such as Ola or Uber, right? So I think we have to essentially start looking at that these technologies and cognitive space have evolved to an extent where it makes sense to evaluate them for automating and improving your customer experience, improving your other stakeholder experiences like employee experiences, vendor experiences, right? So in the whole journeys that you're having your customers, employees, vendors do, there is value to understanding where cognitive technologies can help. And one thing we realized as in our journey was also that there is this idea about automation that you automate and you forget, right? But I think in reality, a human in the loop brings a lot of value in automating a process and getting the right value out of your system, right? So we brought this concept called automation anywhere robotic interface, where as you are automating your tasks, you also take into account where the human needs to intervene to make the right judgment, right? So we are talking about automation with human in the loop for full visibility and control. And this is where automation, this product called RE, will help you digitize complex processes with cognitive input, with digital tasks or maybe backend automation tasks, and stitch them together in a process, in a very process-centric view, so you can get the job done faster with much higher accuracy and much better customer and employee satisfaction. Lastly, I think from a public sector perspective, I think collaboration is very important, and we see that our concept called private bot store can help you share the IP that you're developing. So as an example, if you have built automation on top of common systems, let's say procurement system or order to cash system, or let's say traditional systems like Oracle, SAP, etc., then you can create shared repository of those bots, which can be deployed for different parts of your organization and can potentially also be shared across. So I think this can bring not only acceleration in the automation in different public sector enterprises, which can share IP, I think at a very different level than a private enterprise can, in a very secure and scalable framework. So I would encourage people to look at what BotStore can do in improving the collaboration and improving the quality of service and the security of your bots. Now, having said all of this, I think what are the fundamental tenets at which drive an automation effort, right? These are things like operational efficiency, better customer experience, better governance. For example, today auditing and controls can be tested and deployed for every transaction. You don't have to do them at the end of a period. You can have those be deployed because bots can do that job day in and day out without incurring a human cost, right? Which typically prevent you to do the implementation and auditing of these controls on a day-to-day basis. Fostering innovation as the employees are becoming more digital native. And if you look at the current generation of the workforce, which have probably graduated, let's say 2010 and later, they're all very digitally savvy, right? And we have to give them tools that can help them be creative and participate in how to use the digital assets in an automated way. So the decision making as well as working with these systems is improved every day through the constant participation and feedback from everybody in the workforce. So it is not the job of the IT alone to do this automation, but the employees can participate in the process along with the IT developers, and therefore not only increasing the creativity but also expanding your capacity to innovate at a much faster pace. We have seen, I think, companies like IOC, which have done hackathons and found hundreds of great ideas come out of these hackathons from everyday worker. I think empowering human capital is the end goal of everything, because when you get to a better state with respect to creativity, governance, experience, it empowers the human capital in becoming more productive, because they are not doing menial jobs. They are actually working on creative aspects of their work, and that then brings an acceleration in the value creation from an organization perspective. I think everybody in this audience and the panelists have seen some version of this slide, but I wanted to make sure that in every area of business, whether it is finance, HR, procurement, asset management, there's value to looking at automation. There are several of these areas that we have seen high adoption of automation. As an example, finance and HR have typically led. We are now seeing procurement as a key driver for automation. Several areas in operational, for example, in supply chain, are becoming very prime candidates for doing automation. And all of these areas have automating in any one of these areas, and all of these areas has the ability to create a lot of value. And typically what we see in automation projects is the return on investment is typically 12 to 18 months. In some cases, it is as low as 6 to 12 months, which basically means if you plan a project today and when you get the project done, let's say in 2 to 3 months time, it will pay itself back over 12 to 18 months. I think that is huge, because it allows you to spend capital wisely and get the returns from it. And I think it also makes it easier to justify these projects, which can bring and which can accelerate the pace of digitization and automation in your enterprise. So with that, I invite you to experience our platform through our community edition, where anybody can go log in and experience the platform.
Sir.
Pragya, so I'm done with my part of the presentation.
And पार्टी को देखा सर, पार्टी बोला डेवलप करना पड़ेगा, मार्केट में नहीं है बोला था. Actually जो
promote, and now I
my video is clear, or I have to do something? Okay, my video is clear.
Yes.
सर अभी है ना मार्केट में, मैंने ट्राई किया था. We can start. Yeah.
So just a second. In the panel discussion, we have Shri Pramod Agarwal, IMEI CTO and head of IQ Bot Products Automation Anywhere as a moderator. And in the panel, we have a key speaker, Shri B. Paparaju, Group General Manager, Head Operational Technology, ONGC Limited. We have Shri Prem Kumar Jha, Chief General Manager, Communication and Information Technology, SAIL India. We have Shri Sanjeev Agarwal, Chief General Manager, Retail Engineering, BPCL. We have Shri R.B.N. Vishweshwar, Chief General Manager, Finance, Indian Oil Corporation. We have Shri Ritvik Rath, Chief General Manager, Information System Strategy, HPCL. And we have Shri D. Bera, General Manager, BIS, SAIL India. I welcome you all, and I now request Shri Pramod Agarwal to moderate the session.
Thank you. The way we've structured the session is we'll invite comments from each of the panelists for say 5 to 6 minutes on. If you look at the public sector enterprises today, I think though it is common to public and the private sector enterprises, but but specifically public sector enterprises, what are the key drivers of digital transformation, and how do you view automation technologies as a way to accelerate the digital transformation? So, let's start with so B. Paparaju from ONGC. So would you mind taking on this question and
Yeah.
expanding on
Good
this?
afternoon, everybody. Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. I think oil industry per se, because of this COVID and the downturn of the economy in general and the fluctuation in the oil rates, efficiency improvement, productivity improvement of employees has been always a focus area. And specifically for companies, upstream companies like ONGC, the return on investment on projects and all depends on efficiency, because the rate we get from oil is a very different mechanism is there. So improving efficiency and recruitment has also been a challenge of late compared to this. So considering these things, how to improve the effectivity, productivity of employees, and as employees, another challenge area we normally find is as employees progress, get promoted, although they keep on doing the old activities, the field, because most of our activities are focused on the field. So if an employee is promoted and there is no change in the activity plan, there is a certain amount of problem which happens. And often we find that when a guy gets promoted, he would like to do addition jobs, higher skill jobs, and focus on this domain or area of expertise more rather than doing mundane repetitive jobs. So here in this area, we find that technologies like automation, robotic automation, RPS are very helpful. We have done a POC with Automation Anywhere. Then we later migrated to a pilot project. We are doing a pilot right now. Unfortunately, Automation Anywhere did not qualify, did not get success in the tender. We tendered for the POC, but that's a part of the game. But so we find that there is a lot of challenges, and it is specifically depends on the use case. How you define the use case? Can we go across more than what just to automate DPRs? One of the main areas is it has a potential for many things which is shown, but and again you say it is a no code. It is actually the core software may be a no code to few, but we find a lot of challenges when we are integrating across multiple domains. If time permits, I can tell the use case we have taken up. It's a typical use case which may have application for other PSUs. In most of our cases, we have developed some use cases on SAP and other portals. So domain expertise is definitely required. So, and one more thing, how to scale it up. So we have done we are right now doing a pilot for a year project. And typically in software project, the main challenge we face is how to procure through GEM. Because there are few vendors and each vendor is listed in a different category. And we have to procure through GEM. Now that is a per se a rule for us. We have to procure through GEM. So we had a lot of issues and we finally solved them and we procured through GEM. And Automation Anywhere is one of the participants in the bid. So we are using another company software and we have developed, but we think that there's huge potential, is a tremendous potential, practical, and specifically when Microsoft, as you are all aware, they have given their RPS software free for anybody using their Windows 10. So that is right now in the market. So anybody using Windows 10 can download RPS software of Microsoft. So there is going to be a huge step jump. And before that itself, the CAGR rate was almost 34% for RPS software. So industry is practical experimenting, and young generation will definitely be using a lot, because per se everybody has a Microsoft Windows 10. Any desktop you take, it is a Windows 10 right now. 9 out of 10 are Windows 10 only. So I personally think that there is a huge potential for scaling up the operations, and maybe this if we take the ownership model, the model may not be that success. That is my personal feeling, because scaling up of operation requires domain, how much focus the domain team is there, the core team which is developed looking into the RPA case. Specifically when I'm looking at a pilot project, we have pulled up resources from different groups. So how much group activities are there, that is going to be a challenge. But if we go to a services model where the vendor can give a pure focused on the job to at hand, then maybe we can deliver much faster. And specifically with respect to cloud, we are going for an on-prem cloud. We are not going for a public cloud, because when we automate DPRs, critical DPRs and things like that, what is critical, what is not critical becomes very subjective. So,
Right.
so and where we conflict government guidelines, where we go for an audit, we don't want to get the work done and get then audited by it, why you got the work done. So that is a problem, practical issue with us. So we are going for an on-prem cloud. So we will be interested in a service model for a long-term solution on-prem based on our experience. So I think I will give time to others to speak their own part. Then if we have time, I can explain the use case which we have done.
Thank you, Mr. Pablo. So I think every vendor, Microsoft, SAP, they're trying to build automation within their scope of their products. And ServiceNow, for example,
Everybody now says analytics. I have the tool. Why you want an RPA of that? I give it my own. SAP has its own RPA in HANA. We are migrating to HANA. So SAP says use my tool. So it's like that.
Because I think the concept of automation through bots, I think, has gained popularity amongst everybody, right? So I think, but I think the challenge with respect to the product-specific automation will be that it will be limited to that particular portfolio of products. So you can, for example, automate with Excel and other, say, Teams and maybe say Microsoft Word and other Microsoft applications. But a lot of processes are across these different digital assets. So that's where we think that a very managed and secure platform is required when you're thinking of automation across these different applications that you might have built yourself or that these providers might have built. But anything, we can discuss that later. I have noted down some of the challenges you have also mentioned. Let me move to Mr. Vishweshwar from IOCL and take his views on how he sees the digital transformation drivers and where automation can help in PSUs today.
Thank you, Pramod. In fact, I'll start off with one example. You go out to purchase a premium car, premium segment car, but you don't have the infra to run that vehicle at 300 kilometers per hour. The roads do not allow you to cross beyond 60 kilometers per hour. So exercise becomes a waste. So when you talk about technology, when you talk about automation, the first basic thing is your processes, the base processes have to be in sync with the technology. And it is not like that the technology, you feel one particular day, you feel that you have to adopt technology and go ahead and take technology. No, it is not like that. It is you as a company, as a corporate, you are business driven. The customer, the business, that situation demands that you adopt and be in line with what are the technological advancements which are taking place. Today it is RPA, or maybe you can say blockchain, or you may say IoT, you can say machine learning, anything. Whatever is the option which suits your line of business, that should be adopted. Possibly, it may also be effective if you even modify your existing business process. You do your business process reengineering itself, modify your process so that you ultimately get the benefit. It's not necessary that RPA or any such utility will going to help you and change things overnight. In fact, what Mr. Paparaju has rightly pointed out, domain expertise. That's the first basic essential requirement before you even go for any step of automation. You have to have a blueprinting. You have to be sure that yes, the processes which are being configured, which are being handled in a manual way are most effective. What does a bot do? Bot, IQ bot to some extent, of course, cognitive, of course, to some extent, but as such, bot is only replacing your processes and automating. You are getting an artificial person 24/7, 7 days a week to do the activity which a person would have done. But in case if there's any algorithm, there's any change, process undergoes any change, then again you have to reconfigure, reprogram the bot. So first and foremost, you have to ensure, identify the use case scenarios. The identification of use case scenarios is very important. Finalize the use case scenario and ensure that yes, end-to-end the results which are derived without the bot are 100% accurate, and then you go for the automation.
Perfect.
And the biggest element is, of course, is the change management. Utilization of bots or by switching over to a technology does not mean that you're doing away with your existing manpower. The objective, unlike I say as far as the PSUs and in the private sector, I would say, the objective is not cost reduction. It is efficiency improvement. That's one of the points Paparaj also mentioned. Getting more productivity. As we say, in fact, when we say that functions professionals are handling the functions, so some of the mundane activities not necessary to be handled by professionals. No, you can get the bot to do that activity and focus on more business-oriented decisions where exactly you go delve on analytics and then get a more refined business decisions. That's how you help the management, and that's where automation helps in.
Absolutely. And I think I would also add customer experience improvements that you can bring through these kind of technology is a very important driver, because whether it is a public sector, private sector enterprise, customer experience improvement remains a key goal where everybody needs to work towards. And we are seeing adoption of the tools like the robotic interface in making that happen.
And in fact, one more myth which has to be broken is one thing is that it does not mean adoption technology requires a specialized IS background. In fact, in our company, we had done an exercise. We have trained our finance professionals on Python. We had advanced training, 2 levels of training. And in fact, as you mentioned, hackathon. It's business users only have developed that coding and have done the coding in Python.
Yeah, and I hope that every enterprise does that, because I think it adds to the employees' own career growth, personal growth, when they learn to build these kind of skills and bring automation mindset to help their own cause.
That helps to identify the NVS. And of course, one more point I'll agree with Mr. Paparaju is that is going on a private cloud, because security, data security is quite paramount. Of course, public cloud is not suggested, but yes, on going as we go across, maybe we go as a co-sharing option on the hardware side, and you optimize on the maintenance part. But I think a private cloud is a good enough option. So it's a viable option asset as we go forward. At least every 5 years or every 3 years, you don't have to sit with the issue of handling to upgrade the hardware and then go and scouting for the hardware and all. With the cloud infrastructure, at least gets updated as in.
Thank you, Mr. Vishweshwar. Let me move to Mr. Ritvik Rath. So Ritvik Rath, what kind of demands you are seeing from a digital transformation perspective from your organization, and how do you view automation in that context of digital transformation requests?
Let me start by thanking governance now for getting me to this panel. And, you would hear a lot of things which are possibly running a common thread, because most of us belong to the same industry. Okay, but even my designation is it says IS strategy. Actually, I drive the digital transformation in the company, and I would put it into 3 distinct baskets. First thing is automation as we see, and when you said that your experience started in the late 80s, so similarly, I think oil companies also invested significantly in technology areas, more for automating plants. So if you look at our organization per se, it's typically plants and the people, and then we have processes which are connecting these 2 sets. Okay. So I think a lot of our focus was on automating and investing in automation in the plant piece. And slowly over a period, we realized that if we need to get value, and there were drivers both from our internal as well as external stakeholders. So we also started looking at the processes. So a lot of what Mr. Paparaju and Mr. Vishweshwar said, that resonates, and I have a slightly different take on that. So what happens because of the pressures of the customer in general and other stakeholders, there is a propensity to deliver at the earliest. And for this, what happens, we start working on different sets of technologies. So if you look at our company, and I'm sure that is true with the other organizations as well, we are a museum of technologies. Whatever appeals to a set of group of people and they see an immediate value in that, people start immediately investing in that and creating a POC. And trust me, I think 99% of the POCs don't graduate into a full-scale model. So this is one of the major challenges when we set out on our this transformation journey a year and a half back. So what we realize is that I think the focus for us has been today on two aspects. One is consolidation and the second is integration. Because we have a lot of silos of technology automation and process automations, and very rarely, other than possibly where it is mandated, like an ERP or what else, I still can't figure out any other system which actually integrates at a level which is enterprise wide. And by virtue that what happens is that we create so many silos that one is we don't measure them, we really don't know what we have sunk into them as a cost. And tomorrow, if we are really wanting to transform ourselves, how do we do it? So when you put those numbers on the slide in the beginning, so I think all of us were smiling, and that is very typical to each one of us. So I think the first layer, and I agree totally with Mr. Visweswar, and that is what we are doing at this point, is trying to consolidate the base. I have a firmament on which the transformation can happen. So that would need a relook at what all has been invested in the technologies, what all process automation we have done, and then identify areas and drive the requirement from a business perspective rather than trying to say that, okay, I am enamored with a set of technology and try to bring it into the system. Okay? Everywhere it's a force fit, and trust me, in my role today, I possibly drop 4 proposals out of 5 because they are all centered around one particular piece of business issue, or it is driven by some OEM or some technology provider, right, who promises whatever is under the sun. So, but having said that, not being tribal here, there is a huge potential for consolidating the automation. I think at this point, our organization is focusing on that because traditionally we have been an organization which is dependent on the internal skills for development of systems. And so one major challenges that we have on hand is how do we, so tomorrow suppose we invite you over, then we need to ask you to integrate and automate a lot of our processes. Then do I have the required content to hand over to you or not? So that's something which we're focusing on. Well, having said that, like the ONGC, we have also piloted in some areas, not with you, one of your competitors, and we have seen certain values. But I think there are two challenges, as I see, or two requirements. One is, I think we need to have a clarity that if I'm doing a pilot today, what is my end goal? Where do I see myself maybe 2 years from now if I am at the end of the journey? And the second thing is that I have to stay the course. Not because there are what is a crest and troughs, then I start moving away from that path and try to get into something else, because a lot of us are KPI driven. Okay? So if this is not working out for me, then I need to be working on something so that my performance is assured. So these are a few opening thoughts which I had.
Thank you, Mr. Rath. And I think one thing I agree to that, it's a very difficult task to consolidate, and by the time you develop that view itself becomes old because you started on it 2 years ago. So one of the things that we are seeing enterprises adopt is this sort of discovery of what's happening at an accelerated pace. And today tools are available to discover what the employee is doing today, or what a set of employees that are targeted to do a process are doing today. So you can quickly figure out what is the process, because a lot of times it's difficult for employee who's doing it day in and day out to even tell you what they are doing, why they are doing it. And therefore tools that help you discover can actually help you on that path of understanding what's happening and therefore what action is to be taken from that perspective. Mr. Prem Kumar Jha, same question to you about what you are seeing from your from SAIL as a digital transformation drivers, and what are you doing in that respect?
Good afternoon, everybody. It's a pleasure being here and listening to all panelists. I think in SAIL, as such, is a company having a number of units located at different locations. 5 ISPs are there: Bokaro, Gilai, Durgapur, Rourkela, Isco Banpur, and then associated like Salem Steel Plant, Bhadravati, and then big network of market CMO and many other, along with mines and also. So it's a big number. And once you have such a dimension, then you have a lot of opportunities as well, challenges as well. So when during this COVID time, of course, this was another time to look inwards, and particularly that once we started the journey, and then just 1 year back, at the same time, I think in March, we started this the feel of this pandemic. The immediate thrust was that the process has to be paperless first, because it's such a big organization, not a lot of approval, a lot of notes, and other things are moving here and there, and that paper could be carrier of coronavirus. So we started initially through mail, then we developed a system in e-notes itself, in this SAP, where the privacy of notes is maintained, and you can track from point to point where it has gone, and people can give their comments and attachments and all of that's all security was. This is one good thing that happened, and then this has a boon in this way that people who are moving around the note sheet, where it is there, where it is lying, what is the status, they can see the status online at any point of time. So that was a big achievement that people have felt all across our units. And then this the second thing that we had, as I said, we have about 25, 26 locations of business in terms of logistics or production. This employee payroll and things like that was also handled by the native systems of legacy systems and all. And again, the corporate had a problem of distributing money for pay and all. Every month they have to estimate how much money has to be allocated to them and all. So then our directors, they wished that can we have our own system, centralized payroll service system. And we during this COVID time again we did within 3 months we have collaborated, and Beri Steel Plant and under my leadership we develop a system of centralized payroll system where the online people can put their data and get the process was done centrally, and they can see the output. And e-payslip, all payslips earlier been printed has been stopped, and now people can see, and the payslip goes to their emails and all. So this was another big achievement that we had. And in terms of the line of business improvement, this ease of doing business, our vendors now they have issues like once they have made their supplies and all, what is the status of the payment? The payment was a big issue because this pandemic, a lot of money was not coming to us, and even our suppliers were very tightly bound, and the logistics were not supporting the supply for our business. So the payment tracking was very essential. Particularly MSME government trust was there to show them the status of payment so that they can roll their business well. Again, the problem was that we have all different systems, the different finance departments and all logistics department. They have to talk to them, or they have to log into different systems and then see the status of payment. Again, the requirement came that can we have our own portal? We developed the portal during this pandemic time. We have SAIL vendor portal now, where any vendor can, with a single sign-on, can see the status of their supplies and services or materials, and where it is lying, and what is the status of payment, whether payment is under process or it has been paid to them, and they can see line-wise. So that has improved their life, and it has been accepted. These are one sort of thing that, and a lot of other logistics, like once we have accepted got the material, if the material has been inspected and there was some issue, then again there are a lot of mail and things were happening which was causing delay. Again, we have automated that. Once there is any incidents, that auto mail is delivered to the vendor and purchase officer and all those things. This automation again has helped. So, the number of this small initiative, we have seen that the orientation towards seeing the business, that how we can improve our line of business, how we can meet the customer and vendors' demands, and can inform them well in time so that the subsequent activity can take place. So these are certain activities that we have done on a digitalization front, you can say. But then the next that automation big project is a digital transformation part, which is where your data analytics and AI, machine learning, other things like that, and cloud computing comes in picture. There again, we have given a lot of focus there, and we have identified certain low-hanging fruit project, which can be where data is available, and that analytics can help us in preventive, corrective, or prospective maintenance, or increasing the efficiency, or improving our safety of manpower or equipments or environment, and or somewhere where we find that some more logistics can be improved upon. So we have identified some 8-10 projects. Again, these are all new areas to us. We were not having any skill set in this. So we have consulted a lot of many organizations who have been working this field, and our peers also in private sector as well, like Tata Steel, maybe, then our suppliers like your SMS Group, ABB, Siemens, Schneider, and some startups as well. Then we also consulted, IITs and NIT academia to, if they can study our systems and can see the possibility where we can improve. There are certain areas we have identified where data is available, or some the data. Actually, the data is available on real time, but it is not stored well for long times for analytics. So that approach again, how to whether that data can be extracted and be stored, and can again be the cleaning and strategizing can be done to collect data from various sources, and then to get the benefit from that data, any sort of the insight and prescription that can help. So those things have been taken care, and now of late our chairperson Sumandal Madam has also emphasized that we should have on all units, we should have the digital champions and people who can drive things well, and then share amongst the other units also what they are doing or how they can help others as well. So the focus now has shifted towards this, though and the baby steps have been taken, and we have few use cases where we have achieved some result as well. But those are small one, and we are in the process of tendering out certain the expression of interest thing, and certain low-hanging projects. We have already identified few parties who have shown interest, that how they can do that. The challenge, biggest challenge in this is that there is no experience as such. Once you take this project, you are never sure of the outcome, that whether outcome will come in time or the investment will give you return. And in public sector, that once you go for proposal, that you have to convince first parents and all higher ups that yes, it is going to give you return. So now, but we have requested our management not to expect result in day one. It will take time, and definitely this is worth putting. If we are not doing this, then we are doing injustice to our company, because the movement towards this is there everywhere. As Mr. Paparazzi was telling, that there are, you have to be selective. You cannot say that everything is copy paste model will not work. For you, you have your own model, you have your own difficulties, you have got your own set of problems. You have to include people who are domain experts, business experts, and then train them in their with the skill sets like data analytics, or maybe artificial intelligence sort of thing, and so that they can visualize, yes, these are the possibilities, and this is how we are. And then further you can collaborate. Once there is there's a path is clear, that yes, this is how we can reach to this destination, then you can always have your partners and associate people, and reach that destination and plan for that. So these are the certain initial points I can share, and from my side. I think the other listeners also waiting. So thank you for listening to me. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. I think very relevant points. One thing that sort of stood out for me was that the agility that you showed in responding to the need for the vendors by creating the portal. I think every enterprise is becoming more agile. They are finding that the digital tools are available today to help them make that goal of agility. And I think that in itself is a great accomplishment in adopting technology. Sanjeev Agarwal, let me move to you. Like to probably comment on because BPCL I think is both in the retail distribution of gas and petrol and other, as well as I think manufacturing operations. So you have probably a broader view around how the customer behavior needs are changing with COVID and post-COVID, and as how you are seeing that affect your digital initiatives.
Thank you, Mr. Pramod, for inviting me in this panel discussion. Am I audible?
Yes, yes, Mr. Agarwal.
So it is quite heartening, Pramodji, that you said three things: single platform, cloud native, enterprise grade. So fortunately, a typical PSU like Bharat Petroleum, though it is not typical, it is too customer centric, which I'm going to deliberate based on my experience in the last 32 years with BPCL. So we already have all the three aspects of technology intervention. So it's quite heartening that what you are thinking in private setup, we are already doing that.
Wonderful.
What Mr. Visheshwar said, it is also heartening from finance perspective that he said use cases, customer preference, and change management. If finance guy is talking like this, my job is similar. So we have to deliver only, but it is good that finance is talking this language. And I think the COVID per se, which is a black swan event, which we have never seen, I think in the last 30, 40 years, we have never seen such a disruptive disturbance in the ecosystem, which has shaped our thought process that how we are going to deliver to keeping the customer in center of our deliveries. So that has totally disturbed our thought process. Fortunately, as far as BPCL is concerned, we had started 2 years back a journey called Project Anubhav Experience. So in that, I'm also not in very much sync what two gentlemen said, that pilot and then the problems and vendor and the availability of the required skill set in the company. Per se, my experience in BPCL is that we spend a lot of time in deep diving, gaining insights, traveling together with the customer at the forecourt. I am talking about, because you said retail. Though I thought that I will describe from refinery, then pipeline, then storage, then transportation of petroleum, then we come to the end customer, which you all are very familiar with. So, restricted to retail, what you said, so we have a very dedicated, optimum sized team under Project Anubhav. We took help from extension. That may be a differentiation what we had. And this is a 500 crore initiative. I will not be able to disclose or delegate on the total commercial and financial aspect. But our top leadership had decided 2 years back, and we took 7 months to deep dive what our customer preferences are. And when we came out at the forecourt is trust. क्योंकि पहले cheating ज़्यादा करते थे लोग at the gas station, so they had a perception that people are cheaters at the gas station, whether BPCL or the company is cheating or the dealer. But for them, we are one flock and we cheat people. So we said collectively that trust is going to be the cornerstone, and under that trust, there's 3 deliverables, which is transactional transparency, which we call it quality and quantity, and then turnaround time, TAT, that how fast we dispose our customer at the gas station. So that is going to create a lot of trust in the mind of the customer. And then personalization, which means the conventional way of handling the customer generation is not going to help me. That my DSM is not energetic, he doesn't have state-of-art technology, with that conventional way of doing mechanical things, and then not paying any attention to the customer, and ultimately, after all, perception that cheating. So we have a lot of things on that. And as far as the key principle of the key drivers, what you said, that enterprise solution we always take, whether it is expensive or not, we always go for enterprise solution so that it is custom creating solution. And sometimes our thought process is, even if we have to change or tweak our operations, I'm saying a very dangerous thing. If the world-class solution provider has any time-tested experience solution, I have to review my way of working, because that is very time-tested. So I may have to do a little bit extra overnight so that I come to the international platform of doing things. So that we also are quite aligned. And per se, it is quite heartening to share there is no issue of alignment in BPCL. Once, after 7 months of deliberations, hard work, traveling together with the customer, orders, deep diving, we come to a final conclusion that this is the boss we have to deliver. That is the synergy we have. And I'm quite proud that the way I'm telling you and sharing, there is no ambiguity in that. However, the challenge, if you ask me, challenge is that one has to deliver a lot. Multitasking, multi-scaling is the need of our internally, which we are already seized of the situation and we are doing that. And going forward, the QCBS, because Paparaju Saab said that Gen is creating problem. But in our setup, what we have decided with the board of directors that QCBS based the procurement or the engagement has to take place, which is quality and cost-based selection. So we draw a matrix that this is the technical aspects one has to deliver, a vendor, business partner, and these are the commercial terms that 70, 30 or 60, 40% of marks have to get them. And I rate them and we get the best people. That is our learning in this. That is why we have got Accenture and Deloitte to guide us in the journey. I think the overall journey is very good. We have done a lot of things. If you want to know that what we have done, customer facing IPS, integrated payment solution, which you can test and taste at the forecourt while going back to your office or home, where we have Android terminal. It is just like a mobile, vendor agnostic, application and platform agnostic. And conventionally, if you remember, पुराना सा हमारे पास टूटा फूटा एक POS होता था, उस पर we used to interact with the customer on the payment. So it is state of art, vendor agnostic, and very fast. Every type of payment, whether you call it UPI or credit debit or our loyalty program, everything is integrated, but it has taken a lot of time. It is integrated with ERP system and our automation system. So where whatever you are observing at the dispenser, 20 rupees or 20 liter, my delivery man cannot change it. Earlier we could have changed that figure of amount or quantity. Automatically the figure will come on my Android terminal. He doesn't have any other option but to press the button of payment. So that is we call integrated payments. We can't cheat now. We can't cheat. So that is the promise of delivery we are saying, and we say we bill what we fill. That is the mantra we say at the forecourt. We bill what we fill. So that is the evolution which we have taken. I am very proud of being in the team, heading the retail from engineering side, and it is a great thing which we have done in last 2 years. That is all from my side.
This looks like there is a lot of lessons to learn from your successes, and I'm sure people are taking notes. Mr. Bera, I think last but not the least, the same question to you. What you are seeing from digital transformation perspective, how are you addressing those? Where are you seeing value from automation? Can't hear you, Mr.
Very much. My mic was mute. Thank you very much for inviting me. As all the organizations are doing, we are also doing in the same way. Everybody realized that there is a need of framing the digital strategy and going for digital transformation. We have also done on the same line. In fact, we have engaged some expert agency to actually identify how we can carry out the digital transformation journey. And based on that, we have taken quite a few steps already, and many more are yet to come. Like first and foremost, we have made around 10 RPA cases, robotic process automation cases, especially for kind of reconciliation or download data from other system and use it internally, or some automated alert or data validation, error handling, this kind of certain elimination of manual intervention. This kind of RPA cases we have done. We have done some security solution deployment, which are having AI and ML capabilities. We have done some paperless claim settlement, mobile enablement, a lot of B2B kind of thing, advanced analytics, HCI. HCI is a new technology in private cloud, then collaboration, then maybe e-note sheet. Those are the broad things which we have done in the phase of digital transformation as of now. And obviously, many more things are there yet to come, like OKI integration, data lake, IQ bots specifically, because it has a lot of potential, but yet we have not started. We are seriously thinking to start this. So cognitive chatbot, etc. Those things are in the pipeline. So everybody understands the need, because it just conventional automation will no longer work. We have to go to the next level so that we can actually get benefit out of the technological innovations which are there. But you know what we have experienced from this deployment and from the journey is quite interesting. In fact, most of the time we see that OEMs or consultants come up and demonstrate some technology with some rosy picture and all, with some use cases also. It appears that if you adopt the technology, our life will be wonderful. But actually, it doesn't happen that way. We need to actually do some homework before actually adopting any technology. There are very important aspects which needs to be taken care of at the very beginning before taking any technology, and then only probably it will be successful. First and foremost is that what is your problem statement? That needs to be identified. It's not that we do not identify or pinpoint our problem statement and just trying to acquire technology thinking that it will work for me. It's like if some doctor says that paracetamol is a wonderful medicine, that doesn't mean that I have to develop fever to use paracetamol. There might be many wonderful technologies, but what is relevant for me, that we have to decide based on what is my problem statement or what is my pain area. So that's the first thing which is required, what we understand. Second thing is the prerequisites. There are many times maybe technology can help, provided you are at a certain level of maturity. Then only probably the technology can help. For example, if you are totally on manual processes, suddenly if you think that no, I'll use some RPAs and stuff like that, or analytics, that will not work. Even for analytics or bot, you need to have a large data and correct data and complete data. Then only the analytics will work. Otherwise, it will mislead you heavily and it will actually backfire you. So you need to have certain level of maturity, certain prerequisites needs to be there, fulfilled. Then only the technology can help. So we need to see whether this maturity is there in certain processes where we are trying to adopt technology. Third is that process simplification or standardization or optimization. What we many times do is that we do not try to change the process. We take a technology and try to retrofit our existing process as it is onto that solution. That many times do not work, because because we are in PSU and these processes are made over a period of time, it has undergone many changes. So if you see today, those processes are very complex. There are lots of ifs and buts, or there are maybe lots of checks and balances involved, which can be eliminated, which can be simplified. So there is a need of process re-engineering before actually putting onto these technologies. And for example, I'll give one simple example. When courier and this e-governance platform came, initially you must be remembering that they used to take a signature while delivering a package to you. Now nobody takes a signature. It's simply deliver it and give an intimation that yes, it has been delivered. Now this is a very significant change. It's very valuable change. But if we try to do this kind of change in a PSU, probably it will take some years. So what I'm trying to tell that there is a need to eliminate unnecessary process, simplify it, standardize it, and then adopt technology. Then it will be very helpful. And fourth, the most important one is that people onboarding. The people who are going to use it, whether they are convinced or not. If they are not convinced, whatever technology you put, they will not use it. So there is an extreme need to make people on board so that they get convinced, they understand or realize the value which this technology are giving.
Absolutely.
Or force them, like again give an example, like before COVID, I'm sure that all these PSUs who are sitting here, they must be having some.
Yeah, we're having some difficulty, so I think we'll come back to you.
Some platform forward.
Mr. Bera, we're having difficulty hearing you. So we'll come back to you. I think you made some fantastic points about what to automate, how to automate. And I think that seems like a common theme about identification of process engineering. I think one thing we have seen being quite successful is don't sort of fall into loop of this analysis paralysis, but take steps to use tools to do the process documentation and create human capacity to by automation, even if it is automating what you're doing today, which may be, let's say, an archaic process, create the capacity by automation for these people to become available to the process engineering. A lot of times, the human capacity is not available to take the next step, and I think automation can help in create that human capacity. At least that's that trick has worked in many places. So, because we don't have a lot of time, I thought that what we could do is see if there are any questions and answers, but I don't think I see any Q&A questions asked. So I think maybe if we could say in say 45 seconds or so, if you had all the resources and everything in the world, what would be the top of the mind automation project that you would drive in your organization? And let me start with Mr. Vishweshwar as to in 30 to 45 seconds articulate what would be the top thing on his mind. Mr. Vishweshwar? We can't hear you.
Yeah, sorry, it was muted. The first project, anything is there, yes, any project which is vendor specific or customer specific. Your survival depends on that, and that's where you send a clear-cut message, yes, we are changing with you.
Coming from finance, I think everybody should pay heed to that. Mr. Jha, what would be your topmost automation project priority if you had everything you needed?
You asked me?
Mr. Prem Kumar?
Okay. Yeah, okay. I think, as you said, that given the all freedom and resources, I think the biggest thing that is coming to mind is that we should have a cultural transformation first, for to believe in ourselves that yes, there are possibilities of doing things, and we have our own people who can drive it, and to basically skill them and to take things forward, because that they are the people, the team has to see all, whether it is our processes or our customers or our vendors or our own ecosystems, that has to be seen, so that this is a futuristic goal. This is not a one-time journey. That is a long way to go. And the orientation towards, is that the data is a power, and data will have a lot of say in future. So how to store the data for further analysis to give you insight, and keep on learning. The learning curve has to be there, and we have to open ourselves to the environment, to the challenges, to the opportunities, to the available resources, to technologies, and move forward.
Thank you. You've laid a pretty broad agenda, from cultural transformation to data-led transformation. Mr. Ritvik Rath.
Yeah, it's utopia, but if I would have had it, I think the first would be a seamless customer experience is what I would focus on. The second is we have a huge amount of data silos, and that's a constant refrain from the user groups. So if I can bring all the data visibility to the employees at large and to other stakeholders, that's something which will also be on the top of it.
Thank you. Papa Raju, what would be your top priority?
One of the areas which we found where a lot of human intervention and automation can be automated is with the retired employees. Because see, if I am retired in my company, I require some information, and normally the live systems are not available to me, like a SAP ID is not there and all, but I need a lot of financial information, my medical bills, reports, a lot of things like that. So I end up calling some of my colleagues in my company. So I take the time, I say, I send a bill, what happened to it, please find out, help. So a lot of communication happens to and fro in this system. And there are multiple portals, multiple this thing. So we have implemented RPA in one of the areas for a trust, PRBS trust. They generate 13 or 15 reports depending on what the user wants. So finance has a huge load of automating, and the team is very few. Normally in any company, the people who are in trust are very core and few, and they have other jobs to do. So we have implemented RPA there. So there is an employee or retired employees portal is there. There we implement the tool. The user gives his request there. What he wants, he just clicks from a web, and then that is automated, and it is using the SAP interface also. So we generate the normal transaction codes are run for whatever information is there in SAP, and what is not there in SAP is separately stored in a separate structure database by the trust. So there also we have given the access. So the RPA runs on 3 databases, picks up the report, and within a click of a button, the user has the report. So normally end of the day, the finance guy runs the report and he has it. So that's one huge area normally not covered in any of the use cases of any of the vendors.
You love it. You're extending the stakeholders to retired employees also. So thank you for that insight.
Yeah, see, retired employees are a huge stakeholders. We depend on the expert, and our present status is because of them.
Mr.
They have done the hard work, and we are there because in a good position because of that. And it happens to us also. We are also going to retire. And most of the PSUs, if you see, they had a huge expansion in the 80s. So the retired employees are a huge chunk.
Mr. Sanjeev Agarwal, in the interest of time.
We have one Agras Sambad where ex-employees can interact and give their solutions, and they have their open medical booking and financial transaction, whatever thing they can see. That there is one thing
I have to add that in my use case list now. Thank you. Mr. Sanjeev Agarwal.
And we also have special portals for COVID also for retired employees. We take care of them. So we touch in them. So if anybody has a problem, even including psychological help also, we have a session. So they can just ask questions, and we give them help through a web. So that's one area, but normal typical cases, vendor invoice is a typical use case for RPA, where it has a lot of tremendous immediate effect, but then SAP already has a WIMS portal. If somebody is not using it, and so many of the companies already have a WIMS vendor invoice management system.
Thank you. Sanjeev Agarwal, what would be your top
automation? One thing I would like to be addressed, if you can take up with your companies. Typically, when we procure a software, the challenge we face is after we procure a software, the end user license agreement says this software is only licensing, it's not for selling. Be it any software vendor, it is a big problem when I'm procuring a service product. If I'm buying a software from you as an enterprise, your EULA defeats it. your EULA says, including automation anywhere, that you are giving a temporary license only, and the software doesn't belong to me. So, and there is no clear-cut distinction in any of the procurement models of any public sector or GEM, saying that,
Sir,
okay, I'm going only for this.
I'll take
This
this
is a
up with
big
you
legal
because
problem we have it. If somebody goes in deep, normally you come and say, sir, sabhi sign karte hain, aap bhi kar dijiye. So this
sir,
is a big flaw in the methodology because the US model EULA is implemented here in India,
sir, I'll
which
take
our
that up
legal
separately
connotations
with
are
you.
totally different.
It's a more philosophical debate, and the governance now team is booting me out. But I don't want to leave Mr. Bera, and I think I lost Sanjeev Agarwalji already. So, Mr. Bera, if you can, in 30 seconds, list your top automation priority, then we will end the session. It's been wonderful. So we can't hear you. We can't hear you. Okay. Well, anyway, I think let me summarize the session. I think I noted down several very insightful comments from the panel, and it was a privilege to be having this discussion with all of you and learning from all of you. And I hope the audience also took away some very important insights from the views of all of the panelists. I think we should continue this journey. I think from Indian public sector as well as general, I think economy perspective, it's very important that we have a progressive technology agenda. And clearly the comments made by the participants today show that there is that progressive technology mindset and agenda that exists in the public sector enterprise. And I'm hoping that this inspires the audience as well to take their agenda further. We are obviously as vendors here to help in any way we can. But thank you so much. I really enjoyed the discussion and everybody's comments. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank
everyone.
you.
Thank you,
Thank
everyone.
you. Thank you.
Thank you all. Thank you for patiently hearing us out.
So we have a next session on building cyber resilience.
Okay, good day all. Wishing all of you good.
Thank you.
Good day.
So for audience, we have a quick poll. So what is the critical challenges faced by you in your automation journey? It would be great if you share what kind of challenges you have faced: inability to scale, process identification, ROI justification, technology vendor, or you might have not started. So before we are just beginning the next session, I have few more seconds for the answer. Thank you everyone for sharing your insights and voting for the.
Thank you, Governance Now team, for having
Thank
us
you.
on the panel. Thank you.
Thank you. And here is what we have. ROI justification is a major challenge that has been faced by major PSUs in their automation journey. Thank you everyone for voting. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we are moving to our next panel, which is cyber resilience in public sector organization. I am Pragya. Welcome you all in the discussion. We have Shri N. Raman, Group General Manager, CISO, Oil and Gas Corporation Limited. Dr. Yas, Chief Information Security Officer, Indian Oil Corporation Limited. Shri Sushil Kumar, General Manager, BIS and CISO, KL India Limited. We have Shri VC Angadi, General Manager, IT and CIO, BEML Limited. We have Shri Vijay Devna, General Manager, Infra and Security and CISO, Center for Railways Information System, CRIS. And we have the presence of Mr. Alan Sanchez, EMEA CISO and Senior Evangelist, Fortinet. So as we know, cyber intrusions and attack have increased dramatically over the last decade and exposing sensitive and personal and business information and disrupting critical operations and imposing cost of the economy. We have seen in past some speculated attacks on our critical infrastructure. And also the COVID-19 pandemic has prompted public sector organizations to adopt technology and increasing the vulnerabilities and risk of cyber intrusion. And ever-changing nature of cyber crimes, it is essential to revamp, reform cyber protection, prevention strategy, investigating methodologies for prevention, prosecution of these cyber crimes. And public sector must not focus only on attacks, but how to respond and recover from them. Cyber resilience is the ability to prepare for, respond to, and recover from cyber attacks. Today, we will be deliberating on building cyber resilience in the public sector organizations. So before we begin the session, let's hear what industry expert has to say. We have Mr. Alan Sanchez from Fortinet sharing insights on various threat landscape and how to overcome with that. He's sharing his quick tips. So go ahead.
Hello, everybody. This is Alan Sanchez, EMEA CISO for Fortinet. Delighted to be with you today and bringing some of the latest trends and tendencies that we've seen over the last 12 months. The rise of the edge is certainly one of them that is going to lead us into a next generation of cybersecurity. But before that, I would like to put things a little bit in context and share with you how the vision for cybersecurity is moving, and that has started a couple of years ago, but how it has accelerated till the adoption of a holistic vision of cybersecurity, as we've seen the 12 months operating as an accelerator and a catalyst of this trend. It is fair to say that 2020 saw a little bit of a paradox in cybersecurity. It could actually have been a horrible year for people in charge of securing the systems. First, because the threats has not stopped to grow, both in volume, as you can see on the red curve here, that represents the number of stolen records. And you will note that the number of records stolen has raised 3 orders of magnitude over the last 10 years, but it has also continued to raise during the last 12 months. So very few missions of protection in the real world have to deal with an enemy that is 3 orders of magnitudes bigger. The second thing is that it's grown into as well in sophistication. We see more and more artificial intelligence propelled threats that are operating in different phases, and the first phases are invisible for most of the companies. You have rampant threats, and then triggered by an event or a human remote hacker, there is a series of sequences that happen. Meanwhile, as the threat was growing in complexity, the economies over the last 12 months collapsed. I've represented here in red those that has known a fall of more than 3%. 3% of decrease is represented in yellow. So you can see a very large part of our world has been shrinking in terms of gross national products. But despite that, if we look at the markers of digital transformation, they have been showing an incredible growth. Digital transformation crystallized about $284 billion in 2019, and in 2021 expected to be 426. So in the meantime, in 2020, we saw a raise of 44% of digital transformation. Very important figure, considering the order of magnitude of these investments. Second one, home working. If we measure the raise of home working by the number of times it has been searched on Google, more than 300%, 309% growth. So this is also a marker of an important change in the habits, but it also means that there has still been some work to do across the internet. 5G represented in 2020 an investment of 8 billion. That is 100%, 96% to be precise, more than what happened in 2019. So another marker of digital transformation is this next generation of networks that not only will be faster, but also have a very small latency, opening for real-time applications such as self-driving car, remote surgeries, and a new kind of business benefits and decisions that can be taken by the applications at the edge of the network. So 5G is not only a faster 4G, it's a next generation of network that characteristics, specifics call for another round of business benefits. And cloud computing has been enormously adopted. We can say in a way that the cloud has saved our economies by enabling hosting, processing, software as a service without requiring physical investments. So very important. Now, this comes also with a price in terms of threat. Look at the attack surface in the case of digital transformation. New edges have emerged. We're talking about 16 billion of smart objects connected now to our infrastructure. And these are sensors, these are cameras, these are devices that enable a fine tuning of regulation of business critical processes in the industry. However, the price to pay is these new edges are rudimentary devices. For one of them, they have very little memory and very little ability to process security code, and they sit at the edges. So here again, an increase of the attack surface. Remote workers represent a target for cyber criminals because they connect to business critical application through home grade routers. They process speed VPNs. Some of them have been forced to connect with family computers that maybe a couple of hours ago were downloading gaming codes. That is not the safest thing that you can think of. 5G increases the bandwidth, so it reduces the time to detect, to analyze, and to trigger the response. Not to mention the different architecture of 5G that is very distributed. We don't have the monolithic core packet networks as we used to have in 4G. You call and instantiate a service as you need it. You can do slicing in time, in infrastructure. Very interesting for the benefits it provides from a business perspective, but also this very nature of a distributed architecture raises the risk of the attacks. And cloud computing, always we have the issues of data integrity, regulations. It's very good that the regulations are evolving because they protect the individual in these new architectures. However, it is more work to be done by the CISOs, by the CIOs, those in charge. So the risk has increased. The threat has increased. The economy shrank. So we can say this is going to be a terrible 2020 year, and it wasn't. Look at those figures. We personally grew both in revenue and in profitability. We could invest in research and development, 341 million dedicated to new patents. We could hire people. So how come that this was possible? Why such success? Why is the raise of the CISOs all around in the companies? We believe that it is due to the fact that we could predict three major transformations. The first one is the merger of the convergence and security domain. The days are gone where you could design a creative, collaborative network solutions, launch it, and then realize that you have to apply security. You have to process the security stack and the network stack at the detriment of none of the above. And that has been grounding the vision of Fortinet for the last 20 years. So because we were able to forecast that, to foresee this merger, this has placed Fortinet users in a very good place as the pandemic created an even higher pressure on the networks from a connectivity perspective as well as a security perspective. Second reason, we need to free ourselves as end user. I'm here talking to you as a CISO from the roadmap of the cloud providers. Don't get us wrong. The cloud, as I said, saved our economies. However, there's always this reluctancy when we adopt the cloud. Is there a turning back? Are the data, for instance, generated by this 16 billion of new devices that you have to host somewhere, Is it not going to be raising the operational expenditures so much that you lose the benefits of a low capex by having a terribly growing OPEX? So your sovereignty, your ability to leverage the technical innovation of the cloud, but also take advantage of any other offer and not to be locked into the roadmap of a single cloud provider, is something that we call dynamic cloud security. And the third one is this rise of the edge, where you do have the home edge. We saw the number of people that are working from home grew almost overnight from something in the vicinity of 15% to 95% with lockdowns around the world. So enormous rise of the home edge, but also the LAN edge and the WAN edge, where we had to access to business critical applications, even in a completely different patterns of information flow and data. And in this model, the cloud is important, but it's just another edge. We're not amongst the companies that say we're all becoming cloud companies. No, we still have 80% on average altogether of business critical applications that are hosted in the data centers. And yes, it will move to the cloud from 80% to 50%, according to our projections in the next 2 years. However, you still have the importance of a hybridation between hosted home, hosted on a cloud, and a different cloud. So what makes us think that these three predictions that we made were instrumental in explaining the success of the adoption of our technologies? Well, precisely the adoptions, the massive adoptions of our technologies. 96% of growth, which is about 3 times the market growth we experience in our secure SD-WAN solutions that crystallize the merger between the network stack and the security stack in one integrated solutions, plus 64% of the cloud offerings and 173% in the endpoint security offerings as well. So what makes us think that this is a right vision? Well, you did by adopting massively our technologies. So in that instance, I think we can say the days are gone. 2020 saw the end of what was used to be called the old school best of breed way of purchasing network and security. Remember when we had almost unlimited integration budget and time to do this integration, we could perhaps tend to pick up the best antivirus and then pick up the best sandbox and pick up the best secure VPN and pick up the best authentication problem for someone else later to do the integration. We just don't have the time and the budgets to do that anymore. Hence, the rise of integrated platforms, platforms that natively have a broader scope into analyzing the threat from different places, integrate all this information and these actions into one single dashboard that enable a clear visibility of the various components of the threat. But then it's one thing to see, very important though, one thing to detect, but also we need to act on that, and we need to act on an automated way. The speed, I was talking about the speed of 5G, but the very nature of the fast collaboration between all the components, all the software, requires that the human brain is helped by artificial intelligence and automation to free himself from the complex correlation between events that are happening in completely different places of the information system and take the right action in a very granular way and trigger the response. And we move in this integration of the key building blocks of cybersecurity one step forward by integrating them into the very core of the operating systems of our security platform. And we can extend the response to third-party networking and security platforms as well, because it's all based on an ecosystem of 100 plus APIs and connectors. So you can see what happens across different vendor networking platform, and you can trigger and orchestrate a cyber response across the entire network. So let me give you the benefits that are threefold of this broad, integrated, and automated platform. The first one is the business benefits. You don't have to spend a lot of time and many budgets and mobilize lots of skills to do the integration. We're talking about a native integration that enables you as well to rationalize the number of points solutions you may have in cybersecurity. 47 on average, different vendors of cybersecurity in a large company. You have to rationalize that now. The second thing is on the technology. You don't have to run the security stack at the detriment of the performance of the networking stack. You have dedicated security processes, either in appliances or working in the web, delivered as a service, and you have one single interface to learn, to act, to detect, and to trigger. So many stress of your NOC and SOC people, so many times, so much more ability to embrace your cybersecurity as one. And finally, you take the stress out of this personnel that is so difficult to recruit. We estimate that in non-integrated platforms, 16% of these very scarce resources that were very difficult to find and to recruit move on because of the stress of the work when they have to manually correlate all these logs and take the risk to take an action that is based on manual implementation of the response playbook. And in addition, to have people, human brains doing what we are best at and free from the repetitive tasks that generate fatigue, you increase the employability of your own team because they're doing very interesting things. They move up the value chain of the cybersecurity ladder, doing more strategic design of cybersecurity and not get lost into generating reports or correlating manually between different logs. Thank you very much for your attention. If you have any additional questions, use the chat, send your questions. We will be delighted.
Thank you, Alan. So thank you everyone for joining. Other speakers are joining. I think they are having some technical glitches. We should start with Dr. Yas. So we are seeing there is a huge adoption of digital technologies, especially during COVID. So what kind of cyber threats, increment in cyber threat or different kind of cyber threats you have been seeing over the year? And how are you planning to cope up with them and building your cyber resilience strategy?
Right. Thank you, Pragya, for the invitation and good day to everyone. Alan touched upon some aspects as to what has led to the increase in the cyber landscape. He talked about 5G, the IoT devices, digital transformation. In fact, the last 1 year has seen a huge amount of digital transformation happening. All of these points, coupled with the fact that there was a lot of development happening on the IT front, has led to certainly a substantial increase in the cyber landscape, and therefore the interest of the attackers also grows as the landscape increases. There has been, we keep on talking about the various kind of attackers, the state-sponsored attackers, the organized criminal groups, and the script kiddies as well. So on one side, the interest of the attackers is growing because the landscape is growing. On the other side, the organizations are wanting to expand. There is a huge demand for digitization. I'm sorry. So all in all, when it comes to security professionals, there has been a huge demand for the security from various sources, but it also brings in a lot of challenges. There was a point mentioned by Alan that the networks are no more limited to the organizational boundaries. We are seeing a lot of adoption of cloud, as they call the edges are moving. So therefore, when it comes to the protection part, many things have to be taken into account. On one side is the need of the business, which has to remain intact. And why I say the need of the business, because when we talk about digitization, there is an intrinsic need of giving the experience to the customer on all sorts of devices, whether the likes of those iOS, the Androids, and mix of OSs. Therefore, what was not seen earlier are these newer systems and IoTs. IoTs are again one important part. So all in all, good number of newer things that have come in, and therefore the security is also adapting to the requirements and is now being aligned to the requirements.
Okay. And so how are you building your cyber resilient technology? Like, are you preparing yourself? It's not about
Right,
just
right. Sorry, I missed that part. Okay, so cyber resilience, we often tend to believe that if we have high availability built into the system, then the resilience also automatically comes in. What we fundamentally think is that resilience is something that we have to look at from a very basic requirement, as a very basic requirement, whether it is the process or the technology part. I mean, people do not play a huge part when it comes to building the resilience. They are constant things. What we look at whenever we plan for any system is what is the kind of an RTO, RPO we are okay with. There has to be a lot of conversation to happen with the business and the function owner. Resilience is not something, it is just to make the system up. You have to plan so many other things around it. What kind of a system is, for example, if you're talking about CIIs, the critical information infrastructure, the kind of resilience that you would want in that system would be vastly different from an typical IT system. So how is one preparing depends on the context in which one is operating. If it is a OT environment, then the resilience requires a different set of objectives. If it is a purely IT environment, then there are different requirements. IT, it is fairly easy. OT is a challenge when it comes to resilience and the high availability, because HA also is a difficult part to achieve in cyber physical systems. So yes, if you're wanting to know how it is being done, we are just preparing the context. We have set a governance structure. We have differentiated the technical and the administrative part. Both these teams are looking at the final objectives of the resilience. We have a defined set of RTO, RPOs, and everybody works to achieve that.
Okay. Okay, so and any kind of compliances or policy issues that you have been facing so far?
Yes, see, Pragya, I'll tell you one of the challenges that all the cyber professionals would now be facing are the strict regulation. Now, I do not mean to say that the regulations are not required. We as a defender have to operate in a certain boundary, whereas the attacker obviously does not care about any boundary, especially when it comes to the critical sector and the kind of regulations that are in place. Data privacy has become one major aspect, and even that becomes compounded when you have these IoTs deployed all across, the kind of data these IoT devices are sending. So therefore, if you have to operate in a certain set of guidelines, keeping so many things in mind, for example, data residency, a lot of tools are being offered. If you're looking at a cloud offering, would be offered from outside a certain geographical area. So then you have to balance between the regulations also and what kind of services or tools you have to look at. Yes, it at times becomes an impediment, but then that is what it is. You have to operate within those defined guidelines and set of boundaries. In some cases, it does become a problem, but yes, gradually, what I personally observe is that because of these regulations, there's a lot of work which is coming to this part of the globe, which was earlier not the case. And I am really happy that, in a way, it is helping us build a very, as they say, as the Honorable Prime Minister has raised the slogan of Atmanirbhar, it is really helping us in achieving that. So yes, on one side, it does offer some kind of a challenge, but on the other side is helping the nation grow and build in a much better way.
Thank you, Dr. Yask. And we have Shri N. Ramanji from ONGC. His video is not working, so he is through audio with us. So, sir, would like to understand, since you operate in so many IoT sensors, ITOT integration, and for monitoring field operations. Yeah. So how have been your experience in last 1 year in terms of threats, and how ONGC is building cyber resilience in organization?
Dr. Yask has now put up certain points. And as far as ONGC is concerned, this is just beginning. Actually, this IoT and all these things, IoT is not yet there at some places, only it is being thought about. And OT integration, yes, we have we are walking few yards on that, and many places it has been done through SCADA. Means the OT the DCSs were integrated to SCADA. That is was there all along, and that was through OPC, which was there, open only for process control. That it was happening for a long time. But the completely opening up the OT environment to the intranet and internet, that is happening in a step manner. We are thinking about it. The basic challenge is the DCS, the kind of OT systems which are there. They have to come up to at least the security, which is basic requirement, which is their baseline security requirements have to be met. And it cannot be one tool which can be brushed at all the places alike. Means certain OT environments have had graduated and become they were very up to date, and some places the OT this thing operating systems and other applications are very old. This mix and match will be there in any organization. So the OT systems are that different level of security posture. The same kind of universal solution cannot be made. Thankfully, government, we have been myself and IOCL, Mr. Yask also, we have been interacting with various quarters, and we have been telling that he has touched upon the regulation part of it, regulatory this thing which is there. So this comes very heavy, because the regulations are somewhat unclear also at some point of time. Various agencies from liberal to very strict kind of points were there from their various agencies. So we have interacted, and now they have come out with something called CSABR, that is audit and baseline requirement. They have made it, that on which basis the entire organization, irrespective of whether it's critical infrastructure or non-critical infrastructure or IT or OT, this level of at least security has to be adopted. So that we are examining, and we have all our OT and respect all the infrastructure to at least come up to that. And as far as simply opening it up for various kind of things, it's still a challenge. And but we will consider it through universal gateways and data diodes and that kind of a thing, because the basic challenge is the security also has to be maintained in the OT. In the OT, the security repercussions are very high, and they can be even life threatening also. They can take away not only the huge amount of production, but they can be threat to public life and environment and so on and so forth, where the people, the companies have been ruined if their OT environment security has happened. Means, and ONG, India cannot afford to do that kind of a thing. So we are closely working with other agencies, and at least bringing them to that certain level of security, all of them. And then we will go for zoning and stuff like that, and selectively, and then we'll go about it. So the threat was not there, because so on and so forth. It is air gap, still air gap. So with nothing of that sort, we have faced any challenge. This is still that kind of thing. Once we open it up, then there will be a problem. We have to foresee those problems and slowly go about it. So this we are taking a somewhat a cautious approach. And of course, it has to match with the kind of threat which is there. So then, but eventually the seamless integration has to happen, and with all kind of securities and zone and access control which are there at the place. So that is it. That's our call. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. And now I have a question from Shri Vijay Devnath. Sir, the COVID-19 has brought a digital culture in the working process at government organizations, especially CRIS. And now there are emails, digital signatures, virtual platforms. So how CRIS is ensuring cyber security and building cyber resilience in the organization? And in fact, I would also want to know how we are creating culture of cybersecurity and privacy by enabling responsible user behavior and actions through effective communications or any other strategy that you are adopting.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. Because we are already late, so I will skip all the other niceties and come to the point directly. You asked the question, what kind of cyber awareness and culture we are trying to build. Say in an organization like the railways, which I am part of, with 13 lakh people, 1.3 million people, it is difficult to build a culture overnight just because a pandemic has been there. Railways is a very physical kind of work, both the operation and maintenance. So it cannot be done by remote work. Yes, some employees do use IT for their daily work. Then we are trying to inculcate some kind of cyber hygiene awareness. And our experience has been that the higher the person is, he forgoes the cyber hygiene in favor of convenience. And how the government offices are, that even bringing in e-office and all those things have a big challenge to bring in. Now, talking about the threats which are coming through email, phishing and all that, again, as much as technology can help, we are trying to help through a regular awareness campaigns, and along with that, some stick is also operating, that if somebody does something, then action is supposed to be taken along with training. And coming to the larger our customer education or awareness, I will say that it is very little which we can do, because our customer is not, except for the freight customer, the passenger customer is not a fixed customer. So I cannot, go on training half the population of India about cyber hygiene and threats. So what we have suggested through our board and this thing, that this basic cyber security about mobile and web should be part of the school curriculums or the college curriculums, engineering college curriculums, so that the kids which are coming, because most of the old people do not use our websites and all that, they ask their children to do the work. So we have to train that from 15 to 50 wala band into be careful in going to the correct site, doing the correct operations. Even our captchas are resisted. I mean, if we put slightly a serious captcha, the passengers complain. So, but they of course want the service everywhere. So during this pandemic time, we had some respite because the trains were less and all that, and we could build a certain amount of resilience and all. But one thing I want to add in this resilience debate is that we have to give equal attention to our partners as well. See, in a recent incident in our Calcutta data center, there was a fire in some other part of the building. But the local government, I mean, local fire brigade and police, they shut down the whole power system of the building. So after, half an hour, our DG sets were also not allowed to operate because it was a fire happening in the 12th floor. So at the second and third floor also, we were not able to operate. So we had to trigger our DR and all that. And that time we found out that the communication system within the railways and with the partners and all those is not enough drilled, I will say. The drills were not regular. So people have forgotten, people have changed, and nobody knew what is his responsibility and what is supposed to be done. So we have to be, not only the technical solution, these technical solutions have to be passed on to the people on the ground at the lower level, so that they are able to operate them when the need arises. That is what my take is. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
I must leave now. Thank you. I must
yes,
leave.
you have informed that you have a meeting. Okay, sir. Thank you. Thank you for the insight. And Sushil sir, I have next question is to you. Like you, GAIL also operates in critical IT/OT operations. So what kind of threats that you have observed in last 1 year, and how you are building cyber resilience in GAIL? So we can't hear you.
Sushilji?
So you're on mute. Can you switch on your?
Yeah. We are working extensively on the OT security part. We have carried out our OT systems security assessment, and we are in the process of enhancing the security of the OT systems. We are working presently our OT systems are majorly isolated. We are not connected to the main network. Secondly, in our SCADA part, it is already connected all over India. There, that has been declared our critical information infrastructure. That SCADA also we are going for ISO 27001 certification. The work is in progress. And IT side, we are already having 27001, and we are setting up the SOC already operational, and we are working on the setting up a state-of-the-art SOC which will work 24/7. And normally, whatever the CERT and other NCIA PC guidelines, etc., comes, we try to comply all those things. Above all, we are working on taking up the cyber insurance to mitigate the any impact of it on Gale. So in case, in spite of all efforts, there is some attack happens so that Gale can be compensated on that. That's all from my side.
Sir, I would also want to understand about cyber insurance. When we talk about government and public sector per se, not many people are aware about cyber insurance. So if you can just share how it works and how you go about it.
Ma'am, like say for example, we are releasing the payment to many people. We are taking payments, etc., from many people. Around 3,000 people are accessing the our systems through virtual private network from outside of the our company network. In case, say for example, something bad happened, like say somebody is accessing our network, our own employee, and his home broadband or other things impacted, and something happens, or some brand image happens. So to compensate that insurance is there. So we are in the process, and we are yet to take approval. We have finalized the tender and all that. We are working on that. We have not yet taken, but we are working on that.
Okay, sir, and I'll be back. I have a question to Raman sir. Sir, most equipment and technology for setting up cyber security infrastructure in India are currently procured from global sources. So, and these systems, as we see, a speculated Chinese attack on grids. So these systems are vulnerable to cyber threats, just like any other connected system. And now we have seen DOT guidelines have come that the organization should procure local cybersecurity products. So what kind of challenges and opportunities do you see in this area? And Raman sir.
Of course, already we have installed equipment, those things which are working. As of now, OT system, that is the control systems which are there, the DCS and PLCs. Those places, still those kind of PLCs and other things are yet to be there in the local market. But what we can do is we cannot go to those systems per se, but we can go for a security around them. So security around them be beefed up. That's the main thing. I mean, we cannot have the the level of DCS which are manufactured by Honeywell or Emerson can be overnight, cannot be built up in Make in India kind of a thing. So the one thing is system itself, that is application security and the system level security. That has to be built into the system. If built, that there the dependency is still there. So the most of the systems are imported only, and other things which are coming also in future also are imported thing only, and they have been there for quite some time. But the thing is, basically, it is not about the system per se. That is one aspect of the security, that the system itself should have security. And the other thing, as IOS, my counterpart in IOCL has spoken, that the Make in India is also a challenge which is happening because of the government policies, welcoming policies on that. Otherwise, we would not have woken up. And we will also always be dependent on the product from our neighbors, and this kind of thing, which are come as an embedded chip all the time. The embedded chips were there from certain source, and we have to go to get them cleared by STQC, and STQC security clearance are there. This kind of the challenges, this kind of guidelines are there in place for more than 6-7 years. That embedded, wherever embedded chips are there, those things have to be put into security scanner, those product, and get a clearance from them. So though that has not come, once Make in India is there, probably we are looking at so many products which are of Make in India. Yesterday also something has some vendors have come which are in Make in India, but taking dependence on some collaboration as well. So those kind of product we must encourage, where we are at least some this thing we have the clearance. But what I would from this platform, I would say that the government also should stand up and gives sort of a clearance to the vendors, because instead of leaving it on to the the ultimate agency, ultimate organization, there are some sort of a clearances are there, that this kind of thing is cleared by government for this kind of things. That will help a lot. Means we at that point of time, we will have assurance that such products are available. So in the at the right at the procurement, at the beginning of the procuring, we can build into our this thing that these certifications or this kind of clearances have to be there. So that we will be very helpful. But those things are not right. Right now, it is not. They are not there. Some auditors and STQC empanelments are there, but product level, this kind of thing has to work some miles.
Okay, so
This is the.
company level to product level for you is there. Okay.
We don't see product level, that kind of a thing. Some Make in India initiatives are there, but those are just, and they are just they are at the very beginning level, and we have to see how they are. Then they in turn are dependent on they are as registered as Make in India, but the basic technology still they are depending on overseas partners. So if this kind of a complex scenario, if the security starts right at the embedded chips and at the microprocessor level, so those have to that has, if that comes through clearances of government, that will be wonderful.
Right, sir. Sanjeev sir, since we have also seen, so what would be your take on this? So procuring products locally, especially security, rather than globally. So do you think our R&D, and are we prepared for it in times to come? Can you hear me?
सुशील जी unmute कर लीजिए.
सुशील सर, क्या आप सुन पा रहे हैं मुझे?
Yes, yes.
Sir, I just wanted to understand what is your opinion in terms of Make in India cybersecurity product, and we Make in India. Are we prepared? Do we have reverse engineering mechanism and R&D in place to get that critical thing in place in India? And
Ma'am, in the recent past, we have carried out many security-related tender and even awarded this thing. Normally, Make in India is not coming, but normally what is expected by us is we provide our specification and detailed scope of work in the tender document. And in case Make in India vendor meets the requirement, he can come. There are many guidelines of the government. Not only there is one Make in India guideline is there. Second is procurement through GEM portal is there. Third is that MSME preference is there. So a lot of restrictions are there in the procurement. As told by my colleague of ONGC, it will be better in case government put something like this, say firewall, like these 4-5 these firewalls are approved. Like some auditors, we say that it is certain panel auditor. Like that, we can say that these 10, 20 firewall or these devices are. This is so that the organization will have advantage so that they can take from that. Presently, that is not there. But although we in our procurement are not putting any restriction in Make in India and all that thing, we are putting our specification. In case a vendor meets our requirement, he very well comes. So, we are not facing any much problem of that.
Okay, sir. And sir, if we talk about deaths of skilled cybersecurity professionals, that have been a problem in many organizations, have been highlighted in many forums and by many organizations. So how do you think we can address this problem? Do you think outsourcing employees to that can fill the skill gap in this area? So how are you addressing the skill gap?
Madam, what we are doing is we are although presently we are not having a dedicated like cybersecurity is their network with that maintained by that. So it will be maintained. We are providing training to our people to the great extent, and we are trying to enhance the cybersecurity team internally as well also the third party teams which is managing the data center. That way we are trying to this, but still the expertise of this cybersecurity related thing is a challenge. It will take quite some time.
Right, sir. And Raman sir, what is your take on this? How are we going to address the death of the skilled professionals, especially in cybersecurity?
There are 2-3 things into that. One is the kind of at engineering, the education level itself, certain universities have yet to start. See, every fraternity, it develops and fragments from the other. It's like fission kind of a thing, where the particle separates from the other. The electronics engineering by itself is separated from electrical engineering, and now it is a full-fledged discipline by itself. And similarly, IT, maybe they're IT and ENT, electronics and telecommunication and IT, they are engineers. But these engineers cannot, by themselves, cannot be experts. At what is the level at this organizations, most of the organizations, the people who have been managing the IT, they themselves have come out, they have been taken and adopted as IT security experts, information security, which is quite contrast with other countries where there are some right at the beginning there are courses available and those things are put. So this kind of an afterthought kind of mechanism can be taken done away with. Within the organization also, this this has to be given a respect of a discipline by itself. You cannot treat that as a sort of as a offshoot of some the IT by as such. Some IT people transferred here and there and they become IT security experts. When we come into this field, then we understand that it's a very big challenging field by itself, which is quite different from the nuances which are there. We have been working ages and for years together in the IT field. There are some commonalities, I don't deny that, but at the same time there are quite specialization. Those specialization parts are very challenging. So those challenges which are particularly this when with the adversaries and the countries where we face the threat from, and the kind of experts which are there at the other side of the fence. So those when those kind of people are so dedicated, they are full-time operators compared to our as a part-time activity. They are full-time operators. Then the entire load comes on the people who are inside the organization. They are earmarked as meant for security. That is one thing. And second thing is, it is to be not seen as a technical activity. That is most of the time it is seen as a technical activity. It's a sort of a managerial activity, which involves the people part and the general awareness of the awareness in the every. I think all the management this forum was there. All the my counterparts also will agree that this is seen as a sort of a just another activity along with the IT. So that is that way it cannot the segregation of duties, if it is not there, then those will be very difficult. So that is one thing, and it has to be seen as a managerial function, which is having a human manpower development dimension, a dedicated kind of a thing. It is, and apart from the other kind of a technical activity, it's not that any security incidents is there. It's a CISO is there as a technical person. It is not like that kind of vectorization will not work. So lot of things have to come, and until unless all the organizations revisit the way they operate the cyber security, these challenges will be there, and they will stay here. It is, but first of all, the management view has to change, that it is a specialized activity and that respect has to be given. So that is still some time. I think it will take some more time. Till then, we don't have any. Actually, we have not experienced any big devastating impacts in the organization because of cyber security and all that. Till that happens, it will probably that kind of a sensitization will never, that kind of a wisdom or eye-opening will never happen. So I wish it doesn't happen, but till before it happens, we should have the preparedness. That's the thing. And the coordination among various wings is also very important. So coordinating, coordination which we do, we all this my colleagues who co-panelists, we interact, and we will increase this interaction also. So this also helps us in quite a lot, because one particular person cannot be expert in all respects. This is what my take. Thank you.
Okay, and sir, for you, my last question would be how to develop effective public-private partnership and collaborative engagements through technical and operational cooperation and contribution for enhancing the security of cyberspace.
One public-private counter, this thing is say certain the expertise which is there. There can those kind of expertise and trainings can be one of the things actually, because we don't see still actually there are some courses which are not focused at cyber security. Those kind of training, because we have young engineers are there in our place, and at least we have lived our innings, and we are on the verge of our exit. So at this stage, those kind of finer aspects and the way the cyber security people should be there, and we can at least our level people cannot match the kind of technical prowess which the hackers and other people, state sponsored hackers have. So to match that level of expertise, or that their level of kind of a thing which is we are able to counter at our level and be prepared, our young ducks have to be accordingly upgraded, and they for them they are training. So that is one thing. And another thing is the product level. This as I have told you, this already I have told you that public, they have to come out with sort of products which they are able to say that they are up to the mark of international standards. Because even for routers and even firewalls and other things, the brand names you can count them on fingers. That is international brands only are there. Even those kind of places, our own homegrown product have to come long way. So forget about the OT specific and those kind of technology. Even firewall also we don't find a sort of a thing which matches that firewall routers. So then whatever those things will be there in place, and then these will be some sort of solutions here and solutions there. So this that also will help, but probably if the focused approach is adopted, we will have our own way, and that collaboration has to take place. And as Mr. Yask also is told that we cannot wish away the foreign altogether, means the overseas collaborations altogether. We are living in a connected world, and this cannot happen. Only thing is that there is security mechanism which helps us, our own people to partner with those experts outside and develop this thing which fits our environment and our security need particularly, and so that we have a better private and public collaboration. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you so much, sir. And we have the Angadi sir also. He is CIO at BEML. Welcome, sir. Thank you for joining. Sir, I would like to ask you, since, so how do you sir, do understand? So, sir, would like to ask you what kind of threats that have you faced so far in last 1 year, and how are you building cyber resilience at BEML? Being defense PSU, we operate in a different set of challenges altogether. So, how are you planning and preparing to counter these?
Yes. You see, BML comes under the defense PSU, as everyone knows. We have to take care of a lot of security measures, okay, at our perimeters, okay. We follow and we govern by MOD guidelines in this regard, and also CIRA guidelines, and one more is certain guidelines. These are the three guidelines we are following. Even every day, almost every day, we receive some incidents and security measures, remediation advices from CIRA and certain. Okay, so as a total protection, what we are planning, we are implementing SOC, cyber security SOC, which will operate 24/7. We already initiated, we placed order, okay. So by the month of May, okay, we'll be completing complete SOC center implementation, okay. Once that is in place, okay, we will have a complete shield to our PML perimeter, okay. This is how we are working. In absence of SOC, we are taking care of in isolated manner at a different level protections. Okay, one is at the VPN. Okay, another one is at the desktop levels. Another one at the firewall level, switch level. At a various levels, we have protection now. Okay, apart from other firewall features and all. Okay, once SOC is in place, okay, we will have a proactive way of measuring and preventing the threats. Okay, this is what is our immediate implementation goal now. Thank you.
Sir, I would be having the same question like we asked N. Raman sir. How to develop effective public-private partnerships and collaborative engagements through technical and operational cooperations and contribution for enhancing the security of cyberspace?
Yes, just now my colleague also, throw some light on this triple P partnership. Okay, as you see in this triple P partnership, okay, these areas are the security, cyber security areas is not yet there. This triple P, okay, whereas most of the areas triple P partnership it is already there. Okay, in cyber security area it is, I think it is new. Okay, so what I see is here lot of awareness programs to be run. Okay, then deep dive, okay, for in the security areas to be run, and also maybe whatever the incidents are happening, okay, those incidents exchange, if those kind of things can happen, then it will be a great advantage instead of just becoming a training kind of things. Okay, there should be a something like that, what you call any latest incidents, okay, wherever it is happening all over the world, those exchange of information could be here in the part of triple P, then that will benefit more, I believe.
Okay, sir, thank you. And Sushil sir, what would be your take in terms of developing effective PPP and collaborative engagements for protecting and securing our cyberspaces?
Can you repeat the question, please?
Yes, sir. Sir, my question is how to develop a public-private partnership and collaborative engagements for enhancing security of cyberspace.
Madam, my take is like already we are organizations are giving contracts and awarding the jobs. So there are vendors are already involved in any organization's cybersecurity, and the organization's technical team is involved. Another part what I will suggest is like the similar organizations, they can also join and come out with some mechanism so that the oil sector is there, or the PSUs are there, so that they can discuss and have some partnership mechanism in managing or addressing the critical crisis in case of cyber attack happen in one organization. It on not on day-to-day basis, so that at that hour of the crisis, there is no dearth of the expertise and this expert sources availability. That is, I just want to say.
Thank you so much, sir. And my last question, and we summarize the panel from Ms. Sangadi. So, since we talked about having security product developed under Make in India and homegrown products, especially for critical infrastructure protection, so what would be your suggestion in terms of, since now DOT has directed PSUs and government to have locally produced products in public procurement. So how have been your experience in biddings and your take how we can go about it in times to come?
Okay. Recently there is a government direction, okay, to go for a Make in India in this particular region. Okay. So what is happening in the practical side? Okay. Most of the security products still, depending on the outside India technology still. Okay. So I think it is still there is a long way to go. Okay, if we want to mature. Okay. Otherwise, things like disruptive things like COVID and all, those kind of things already has accelerated, our adoption in the Make in India, especially in the cyber security. Okay. But in my opinion, still we are not there. Still we are not there for a Make in India in cyber security area. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you, Sushil, sir, for joining us today. Thank you, Ngadi, sir. Thank you, Raman, sir. So it was a wonderful having your insights about cybersecurity and challenges and kind of threats that you have faced, and the suggestions that has come out, especially about having the regulated product in place. It will ease a procurement process in PSUs. Thank you everyone for joining us, ladies and gentlemen. With this, we close the panel. We had Shri N. Raman, Group General Manager, CISO, ONGC, with Dr. Yask, CISO, IOCL. We had Shri Sushil Kumar, General Manager, BIS and CISO, GAIL India. We have Shri VC Angadi, CGM, IT and CIO, BEML Limited. We have Shri Vijay Devnath, General Manager, Infrastructure and Security and CISO from CRIS. And we had a great insight from Alan Sanchez, EMEA CISO, Indian Intelligence Quotient. Thank you, everyone. With this, we conclude second edition of India CISO Meet for the public sector, and we really hope we are going in a right direction of building cyber resilience, especially in the public sector, for protecting our critical infrastructure. Thank you so much, everyone.
Very much. Thank you.
And we shall be sharing the recordings of the deliberations with you shortly.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.